You are totally fucked up! You are totally fucked up!
Apparently we're fucking here. Tell me if you can hear me. Jesus Christ, that was frustrating. Just had to keep switching off and switching back on. All right, we're here. Hurrah. Fuck you, StreamYard. Seriously, there's just an intermittent problem for no reason. And you literally fix it by restarting the browser multiple times, restarting fucking the laptop multiple times. It's so fucking frustrating. Anyway, now that it's working, I'm gonna do some orange peel for a garnish. All right. Maybe that's the way you are. Okay, now I can fucking get ready. Hello, honey, Pat, and I think Strictly Sega was in there at one point too. I have no idea who's still there. By jings, that was frustrating. Okay. Oh, get this party started, right? Oh, that was a really freaking frustrating start to the evening. Hoping everything else goes better from here. I was honestly not that far from giving up. What was that? That was like 15 minutes to get that to fucking work. Jesus. There's never any warning that it's going to do it. There's no reason for it. Right. Let's get these sorted. So the cherries. Okay, for you. Okay. Onto that. And now. Oh, might as well. I need to look into googly eyes for my tripod. I like the idea that someone's googly eyes, so it's staring at everyone. Don't think I have any googly eyes anywhere in the house. Okay. Right. Those things ready-ish. Video ideas. I'm going to do an Zapatero. Okay. There it is, like snake. Okay, whiskey. What whiskey? With the bourbon style whiskey? We'll get that. Corn whiskey. Why not? Those two? Borja? Bitters. Let's get the bitters ready. Aromatic bitters. And the chocolate bitters. Okay. Okay. We got all these things ready. Oh, let's roll. Fucking great. This is doing its thing. You know what? Untangle some shit and start again. Okay, not dangling. Not dangling, not dangling. Come on, God damn it. Oh! Oh. Okay, now that's there. Okay. Okay. Let's make this. What the fuck was that? Don't fuck with me, little GoPro. There we go. Hate it when the GoPro fucks with me. Oh, that's screw off. Man, incredible aroma from that agave spirit. Almond sugar, yum. Probably shouldn't just eat that sugar. Okay. 30 seconds in step 1.5. And 10 mils of horchata. Should I aromatic bitters? Chocolate bitters. Okay. That's a first one. Let's get the phase 2 ready. My clear ice. Sexy clear ice. Let's get stirring this one too. Okay, stirring ice. Okay. Delete back on my little thermos. Keep my ice cold. Okay. Okay, don't do that to me. And ready to go. That's nice. That's pink color now from Le Bitters. Whoa. Okay. Straighten it. Okay, let's do clusters. Then, it's a nice cover. It's on. Taking a picture. That's what I'm doing. Okay. No. We do the talky bit, and then I'm actually going to sit down. And assuming my camera and microphone are still working, have a chat. Pretty goddamn annoying at the moment, I'll tell you that for free. Okay, let's set that up. That's right. Recording on the audio and the video. G'day, cocktail lovers. This cocktail is inspired by a mezcal-based cocktail called the Zapatero, but I'm using all Australian ingredients. And so obviously there's not actually mezcal in there, but there is an Australian agave spirit that's got a beautiful smokiness like mezcal, and an Australian whiskey as well, and some aromatic bitters, which has given it this really nice color. But time for the taste test. Car was going past. They've done a really good job with that agave spirit. It's got a deep, rich barbecue smokiness that a good mezcal has. It's a very interesting experiment for an Australian distiller, and I'll show you the bottle. A little backstory. My other half, as a present, subscribed me to a mystery bottle subscription. Every 3 months, I get a bottle from an Australian distillery, and I never know what it's going to be. In fact, both of these come from that. This whiskey that I'm using, this is a Raymond B. corn whiskey from Western Australia. They've essentially followed the rules for making bourbon with this, but of course it's Australian, so they can't call it bourbon. It's a corn whiskey. And this is following traditional methods of making agave spirit, but because it's Australian, they can't call it either tequila or mezcal. They've gone with asp. The distillery is called Black Snake, so that's a nice spin-off. This is the asp. Joven means unaged, so it's an unaged spirit. I tell you what, for an unaged spirit, it has a lot of character. As soon as you take the stopper off, just that aroma wafts out. If you know the agave spirits, tequila, mezcal, etc., it's a very familiar aroma. It's got great flavors. I think they've done a really good job. There are more and more Australian distillers experimenting with agave spirit. I don't know if they'll break into that market at all because people know the names tequila, mezcal, etc. So you never know, but this is actually a really good drop, and it's all come together in quite a nice cocktail. It's called the Zapatero. I call my Oz version the Oz Zapatero. Maybe not. I think I'm going to go with it, but I'll show you how I made it. In a mixing glass, put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of your agave spirit, then 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of the whiskey of your choice. I'm doing about 1/3 ounce or 10 mils of orge as the sweetener, then 1 dash of aromatic bitters and 1 dash of chocolate bitters. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink. Then I'm straining that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of sexy clear ice. For a garnish, I'm using a twist of orange peel and a maraschino cherry on a skewer. It is sticking pretty closely to the old-fashioned template, but with some interesting ingredients. There's lots of room for playing around with that template. I do love old-fashioned variations or drinks inspired by an old-fashioned. This is a new one for me, an agave spirit and a whiskey mixing, and the whiskey takes a backseat. I could maybe have used an even more robust whiskey, like a cask strength maybe, to give that extra kick. But I actually wanted the agave spirit to shine. I wanted it to be front and center, and it is. It's just a really nice drink. Whenever I have a drink with a really smoky agave spirit in that, it's like, I feel like this tastes like barbecue. I should be having barbecue with it. Maybe on the weekend. For now, I'll just sit down and enjoy this because it is a very enjoyable drink. I recommend you try it. And I recommend you come back sometime. I'm posting quite regularly. I'd love to see you here. And yeah, always throw in the sexy clear ice. There'll be a link you should be seeing right about now to a video showing you the easiest, no fuss way to get really brilliant results with clear ice. It's worth it. It's fun. It looks good. I think you look good too. And I hope to see you again sometime soon. Until I do, I'll say cheers. Ramble. Let's get that in there. Probably just a little bit more. Probably mystery water, but that's okay. And I will sit down with them and turn the things off. Hello, Hannah. Just settling down. Move some things out of the way. This looks like a jump for me. Everybody follow me. Woo! Okay. So, I think 15 minutes of technical problems. Now I've made a cocktail. We're half an hour in, and I'm sitting down for the first time. Hoorah! Oh, I was going to look something up. Oh, yeah. Okay, the other one I was thinking of making. Okay, so, a little Zapatero go there. Was it parasol I was going to make? Yeah, it was the parasol. Okay. I'm going to look it up. Yeah, viruses are nasty. They're not our friend, that's for sure. Hannah, moving back to your 8 p.m. led to an oddly specific bonus. Makes you keep... Okay. You've got to let me in on what the oddly specific bonus is. Oof. I was going to... it's not... I got there in the end, knowing what I was doing. Look up the recommended presentation for these. Parasol. Parasol. Nope, it's not that. The parasol. It's that one. All right, so we just served that up. Thin line of aromatic bitters. All right. Good to know, good to know. You have an alarm that goes off at 8 p.m. every night. It's birth control. Okay, that gives me a giggle too. Oh, I think Dr. Abigail's villain origin happened a while back, but yes, being changed by a virus, being on. Ugh, moving some stuff. So, oh, okay. So, more orange peel, because that's the thing I like to do. I settle down with my smoky drink. That's tasty. The little smoke element's quite nice. To have some more mezcal drinks and try with that Australian agave spirit. You had 1 month days written on the pack of birth control lined up perfectly with Christmas. 28-day advent calendar. Nice. Not your usual advent calendar, but I like that you're essentially gamifying the birth control, which I quite like. A bit of fun. And we should all have a bit of fun in our lives. That is my opinion. The official stance of the Angry Aussie stream is fun is good. As long as that fun is not at someone else's expense. Don't like people who do nasty things to other people. No, sir, I don't like it. Let's celebrate the virgin birth by preventing babies. Yeah, there's some sort of synchronicity going on there, I think, Hannah. It's all to the good. Ah, yeah. Hmm. Oh, the orange really works in that. It's making it like orange flavored, and it's just orange peel. So the other flavors are comparatively light. I always think it's funny, like when I think something, the flavor of something is light, I'm sure that someone who doesn't drink alcohol to the extent that I do would just say, "What do you mean light? It tastes like petrol. You're a weirdo. Don't be a dick unless you're just dicking around." Yeah, it's like it annoys the shit out of me that people don't have your good time at someone else's expense. It's like such a dick move. Ugh. Sometimes you get those people and you feel like they can't have a good time unless someone else is suffering. And it's just like, damn, fuck is wrong with you? You love sneezing at the best times, better than orgasms. Sneeze one more time today, deploy one of your doomsday devices. That's fair. I um I'm sure I've mentioned this before. I have a light sensitivity uh that called photic sneeze reflex. Like if I stare at this, well, yeah, you look towards the sun, you're going to stare at the sun. But there's something about looking at the sun causes this stimulation at the nerves around my sinuses, and I sneeze. So, like, I literally, other bright lights will do it too, but you know, the sun's the brightest. Uh, yeah, looking at a bright light 9 times out of 10 will make me sneeze. Same with pranks. Yeah, pranks are funny if the person being pranked would find it funny. Yeah, and it's otherwise it's bullying. It absolutely is. If you do something shit to someone without their consent and it's a thing that they don't find funny, it's bullying. Oh, there you go. So you've got it too. Bright, sunny, sneeze. It's got a name, photic sneeze reflex. I sometimes do it deliberately. Like, you know, the thing where there's a slight irritation in your nose and you feel like, I feel like I got to sneeze, but I can't sneeze. And this weird irritated feeling won't go away. I look at a bright light and I will sneeze. Does that mean when the day comes, move towards the light, you're going out hellfire sneezes? Probably. It has to be a bright light. So if I'm greeted by a bright light, then me or possibly my ghost will sneeze. And yes, if I'm going straight towards it, I'll probably sneeze. But if it's that red light with the smell of sulfur, maybe, you know, maybe I won't. Um, okay, let's look it up. We're on the internet. Okay, oh, what the fuck? What causes photic sneeze? They auto completed the photic sneeze reflex. Yeah, actual cause of photic sneeze reflex is unknown. One theory is sneezing involves the optic nerve. Change in light may stimulate the nerve, creating the same sensation as having an irritant in the nose. Sensation could possibly be responsible for the sneeze. A study found a link between photic sneezing and a deviated nasal septum. Study found that fewer than 27% of photic sneezers interviewed were able to recall a parent with the same sneeze reflex. Another theory is that light exposure, these are hypotheses, not theories, or guesses even. Light exposure causes eye tears, which briefly empty into the nose, might also cause temporary irritation to the nose of sneezing. It's not only change in light that can trigger it, some people are sensitive to other types of stimuli. Getting an eye injection might trigger a sneeze or two. Eye injection can stimulate the trigeminal nerve. This nerve provides sensation to your face, also signals the brain to sneeze. Yeah, what I find when I look at the sun, I just feel that same stimulation, irritation that you get like if you inhale dust. Well, maybe we might get some science about that final light we walk into by what I sneeze, or if I sneeze as I die, the light is bright. Similar reaction if you fake yawn, you start real yawning. Yeah. Eye tears is the new name of your emo bed. It is an interesting 2 words, eye tears. Ah, you know the nerve, Hannah, the trigeminal nerve. Thank you for that. So yeah, when I look at the bright light, I feel the same sort of irritation, stimulation around my nose as if I inhale dust and I sneeze. You don't want to know what I called your mother, Dr. Abigail. Real question. Is light brighter if you go to heaven? I'm assuming hell is that red light. So I don't think that would make me sneeze. But, that's just a guess. All right, you know what? I'm going to make the second cocktail video. And then I've overachieved for the evening. I'm kind of interested in this one. Right. Ooh, I just did a little burp. And the agave spirit is really sort of vegetal and smoky flavor in my mouth. Not altogether unpleasant, but a little bit weird. Man, I would not like to throw up after drinking a lot of this. I think that would be a whole fucking experience. All right. Baby, that's the way you are. Okay, I'm going to do a thing. Get a couple of things ready. Gonna fill this glass. This is a shaky shake. It's like, oh damn. Okay. And this, chill my glass. All right, so you go back. We don't want you. Which one's that? Solera. I feel like I should reopen that. That's a more expensive Starwood. Yeah, I'm just in the mood to do some more whiskey tastings tonight. I'll do some of my expensive Starwoods. All right, you go back in here. But while I'm in here, I get something I need. A sex hat. No sex hats. Calm down. It's the aperitivo. Pisco. Yeah, a pisco drink. Huh? What the hell? It is what it is. My Australian pisco, which would piss off Peruvians like nobody's business. Don't want that. I think I will use these sugar syrup. All right. Glass stoppers. I am not a fan. Pertivo. Can you stop that? Stop vibrating like some weird pervert. Putting the bitters back. No bitters in this one. Lemon juice, lime juice, sugar syrup. Oh, actually, no. Garnish with some bitters. Okay. 45, 30, 15. Yep. Okay. Get that happening. Are you sucking on a lemon? Are you sucking on a lemon? Okay. Okay. We're getting ready to do this thing. Get my little GoPro. Alright. Got this shit down to a science. That looks like it's lined up properly. Let's do it. This one. And this one. Lemon juice. And lime juice. And sugar syrup. Okay. Dot to dot. Gonna be a pink drink. Melty eyes, melty eyes. Maybe a bit more. Fresh ice may help. Waving at the wheel. Ice is all sticking together. Yep, that's a lot. But that's all right. Okay. Let's check that this glass is in the right position. All right. And away we go. Gotta shake that booty. Okay. Painfully cold to hold. Oops, I forgot the foamy bit. Here we go again. Okay. All right. Oof. Let's get this happening. Take a picture. Okay. This is a short one, so the talking won't take long. A little bit of ice there trying to make me fall over. Cheeky blighter. Okie do, okie do. Let's quickly do this. That's right. Okay. What's this one called again? The parasol. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is an unusual. Wait a second. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a. Trying to make shit up. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a somewhat unusual sour cocktail where there is an aperitivo up front and a spirit supporting. It's called the Parasol. I'll give it a taste. Ooh. Oh, yeah, this is a nice, interesting sour. Here's how we make it. In a shaker, we put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of bittersweet aperitivo, like Aperol. Then we put 1 ounce or 30 mils of Then we put 1 ounce or 30 mils of pisco. Add to that 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of lemon juice. Then 1/4 ounce, around 7.5 mils of lime juice. Rounding things out with 1/3 ounce or 10 mils of sugar syrup. I also added some Wonder Foam, so when I'm shaking this good and hard for 10 or 15 seconds, it's going to work up a head of foam. Then I strained it into a chilled Nickel Nora glass and put a few drops of. Then I strained it into a chilled Nickel Nora glass and put a few drops of aromatic bitters across the foam. It's a great color and a great drink. If you want to, it's a great color and a great drink. If you want to mix things up with a sour, try the Parasol. Cheers. Oh my God. Words. Why are they so difficult to say? All right. I'm going to sit down and decide for real if I actually like this. Letting out the little secret that I sometimes lie in the cocktail videos and don't actually say I don't particularly enjoy the drink. Just trying to keep things interesting. I'm going to make something and then say, ew, gross, don't make that, it's awful. Although, on very rare occasions, I do. It's light red because all the whores are there. I was thinking because of the fire and brimstone, but hell would have a hell of a red light district. Speaking of which, I have to finish watching that animated series Has Been Hotel, which is set in hell. Seems to have a very Catholic idea of hell too. That's actually pretty good. Ooh, it's in terms of sour, it's sour. Okay, Parasol, you move columns to doing. And we're all good in the hood. Hey, Safa. Yuri was your uncle's name when he was alive. What was his name before he was alive? Yeah, no, that's genuinely not bad. 7 to 8 out of 10, that one. Possibly with a bit of tweaking, I might like it even more, but I cannot be bothered. I'll never make it again. But I don't know. If I was going to serve this in a bar, I might workshop it a little bit. God, it's pretty, man. It's pretty good, actually. Oh, excellent question. Is Yuri a shortening of a longer Russian name? Safa says not really. That's the second cocktail video. Was the second cocktail. But so I've done 2 videos tonight, so I'm not going to do any more videos. Gonna do more drinkies though, because look, I got my big old chunk of clear ice that I don't want to waste. Sorry, Heidi. I know Russian so bad. Oh, good. I was gonna say, did you make it up? You made it up. Okay, but you honestly had a chance of fooling me because I have like zero knowledge of Russian. I just remember from my theater studies and the Russian playwrights like Chekhov. Traditionally, like Russians had like 3 different names depending the context in which you were addressing them. You would actually say their name differently or give them a different name. It was very confusing. I haven't read a lot of Russian literature. I agree, honey. They use a lot of consonants in Russian. Too many, honestly, if you ask me. Yes. I think you've nailed it there, Hannah. There's a diminutive or affectionate name, there's a regular name, and then there's a long official name. But that's the thing I found. Uh, with Russian literature, the characters have like 3 names. All right. So patriarchal name replaces the middle name. So your middle name's your father's name in Russia. Okay. I like the Celtic tradition. Scottish Mac is son of, and in Irish O is son or daughter of. It's weird. Like, where is it? And of course, you in some of the Scandinavian countries, you get the name. The surname is something son. It's literally Olafson, son of Olaf, Gutmann's daughter, daughter of Gutmann. That's Bjerk's last name, in case you didn't know. So yeah, they were given quite literal surnames. Vladimir Vladimish. Ah, I think I do know who you're referring to there. So Hannah, father's name with an A on the end for female. Ah, there you go. Yes. Yep. Safa's concurring. Feminine finishes with an A. Yeah. Zara and Zarina. There's the titles, not names. Oh man. Okay. I'm actually sold on the parasol. I think it's a pretty good drink. That's an 8 out of 10. All right. It's weird and early. Oh, it's an hour in, and I think I didn't. Oh no, I'm going to sit here for a while. While I was standing up and walking around, I was going like, I think I have to pee, but I think I'm okay now. I'm going to have to at some point. That's what I was going to do. Whiskey tasting. All right, there's new. Oh, and I'm not actually sure if this is good. Fuck this up a little bit, but anyway. I used too much of a sour mix in it. But all right. I might have to clarify that. We'll see. We will see. Let's try this. Oh, no, I did fix it. I added more sugar. Oh man, it's good. So Hannah, for example, Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanov takes Nikolai from her father, but would likely be known as Nastya. Any Russian in your family? Nope, just a nerd and read a lot. That's good. I've almost finished my Egyptian history lectures. I'm on the final of 48 half-hour lectures. And I have enjoyed listening to them and hearing about all the dynasties and the ups and downs. And Egypt certainly had a lot of downs, a lot of ups too. But it's been very interesting listening to these lectures. Safa, your sister's strange. Uses a Aussie last name, doesn't use a Russian version. Well, people make choices, I guess. I mean, what is that? It's like almost a coffee-ish bit at the end of that. I might re-clarify that, actually. So her name in a Russian passport, she doesn't have an I in the name. Okay. Hannah, you recommend any autobiographies of North Korean defectors? Very interesting to see different people's lives outcomes depending on their social status and ability to commit crimes. Yeah. I think I've already decided my next audio book is going to be Camp Damascus by Chuck. Oh God. Why is my brain just stopped working? And I can't think of his last name. Famous for writing all the pounded in the butt fictions. God, I'm stuck with the guy who wrote fucking Fight Club, Chuck Palahniuk. That's got stuck in my head and I can't. Tingle. Thank you, Dr. Abigail. I was going off my trolley trying to remember his name and just blanked me. I know, yeah. Well, no, I finished the cocktail, so that's 2 cocktails. We're working on 2.5 now. I fucking forgot Chuck Tingle's name. But I'm going to get his first traditionally published book, Camp Damascus, read by Mara Wilson, who rose to fame as a child actor, notably in Matilda with Danny DeVito. I know. How do you forget a name like Tingle? Especially when he consistently proves love is real. But I'm quite keen to have his book read by Mara Wilson, actually. So I will probably get that over the weekend and start listening to it in my commute on Monday and Tuesday because I go into the office on Mondays and Tuesdays. Took a couple weeks to get through the 24 hours of ancient Egypt lectures. And that was free. So, bargain. Actually, you don't get a much better bargain than free. And yeah, then I have to decide, will I do more nonfiction? Will I do some more fiction? There's a series I was listening to. It's known as the Temeraire series because it's about dragons. It's kind of like if you ever saw that Russell Crowe film, Master and Commander, Far Side of the World. It's like that, but there are dragons. And it's set in the same time period as Master and Commander, but it's an alternate reality where dragons are real. And I thought there were 3 or maybe 4 in the series, and I've got through 4 of them, and then there's like at least 9 of them, and it's like, holy shit, that's gonna. But that's not a bad thing. Take me forever to get through them. Am I an Egyptologist? I mean, I know some fucking Egypt trivia now. There's some very fascinating stuff in there. Been following a guy on Instagram, was abused by his school. As a result, never learned to read, ended up on the right path. Man, school can fuck you up. As an adult, post-jail time, he's got a reading level of an 8 to 10-year-old, taking on the challenge to teach himself to read. That is a noble cause. But also, I absolutely understand the desire to want to be able to read. I think that's a good and proper thing. But audiobooks are freaking awesome. Hannah, wonderful to see you improve, advocate for trying to believe in yourself. That does sound very pure. I love it. Mara Wilson came out as gay, delayed by an unfortunate incident with her then partner. Oh, did she have problems with Lindsay Ellis? Okay. Yeah, seriously, fucking drama. Were there new Pompeii ruins discovered recently? I didn't hear about that. Well, that was the fun thing, because you got like the old kingdom. There are the old, middle, and late kingdom or new kingdom with 2 intermediate periods, which were basically a complete collapse of Egyptian society, like equivalent to the European Dark Ages. But they came back from it. And then in the 3rd age of Egypt, start off great, was all that, but the Greeks took over. Basically, the Ptolemies were all Greek ruling Egypt, which culminated in Cleopatra, who was Greek, and then she got involved with the Romans, which was the ultimate end of Egypt as a power because they were at war with Rome. Drama with female queers. I know. Whoops. So the dude's filming in a hallway of a library. A librarian told him he couldn't, but he could sign up for a library card and book a room to use for free as long as he wanted. Yes. Oh my God, there are some good libraries in Melbourne that have rooms you can use for all sorts of things. The Docklands Library is freaking great. It's got a maker space. I haven't been there for ages. He's been so excited to learn libraries have reading hours, guest speakers, facilities, all for free. Yeah, there's some great libraries in Melbourne. And I only know a few of them, but the Docklands Library has a whole bunch of rooms, including like a little mini theaterette, which you could do stuff in. And but yeah, this maker space, it's incredible. It's got sewing machines, 3D printers, all these other things making stuff, computer labs, and there's a music recording studio. Sapa, what I'm talking about is not the main Melbourne Library. This is down in Docklands. And I don't know, I mean, there's the State Library. I think if you went the big library in Melbourne, it'd be the State Library, and that's full on. But there's a City of Melbourne Library as well, which is smaller, and the suburbs. All of libraries are freaking great. Greg, how you doing? How's your world? Yeah, I understood your little one was a little bit sick for a while. I hope they're doing okay. Oh, okay. Carlton has a makerspace too. It's been told it's more technically minded. I don't think I've seen the Carlton one. But yeah, Docklands is pretty cool. It's also a nice view down there. Heine, Brunswick is worth a visit for the architecture. An enclosed 4-story space in the main area. Wow, that does sound good. I like the sound of that. So Carlton has 3D printers, laser cutters, sewing machines. It sounds like, yeah, quite similar. And I don't know, I used to go to Docklands Library semi-regularly because I like do YouTube things there, have meetups and presentations and stuff there. But I haven't been there, God, 5 or 6 years, certainly pre-COVID. Saying this makes me want to go there again just to see how much it's changed because it was always changing. Oh, ear infection and bronchitis. That's the whole thing. I had my whole childhood was friggin' ear infections. And yeah, so because your ear, nose, throat is all connected, an illness in one can affect the other. Like bronchitis can cause an ear infection, or an ear infection can cause some other. Ugh. So I'm glad she's doing better. So Dr. Carlton Library, Catherine Syme Library, as far as you know, that's what it's called. Recording studio, yeah. Libraries are friggin' awesome, in short. So how do you say the Queensland State Library is phenomenal. Tons of great spaces, talking circle for First Nation communities to meet, full recording studio, laser cutters. See, libraries fucking kick ass. Everyone, go out and find your nearest library and see what kick ass things it has. Like, I should probably stop subscribing to Audible and just renew my library card and get audiobooks from the library. Ugh. I only just got a new driver's license because apparently there was a data breach. Vic Roads sent me a letter and said, "Oh yeah, we're going to reissue your driver's license because of this data breach." And what it was, and I compared the new one to the old one. The new one has an extra identification number on the back that wasn't on the old one. So that's how you know you're the real person, because you've got the card, you've got this number on the back of the new driver's license. I thought they were maybe going to extend the date again, because I got a 10-year license that ran out during COVID and like during lockdowns. And Vic Road said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll reissue your license like with the photo that we have on file." And how long do you want? I said, "I want another 10-year license." So the photo on my driver's license is about 12 years old now. By the time this license runs out, it'll be 20 years old, which is absolutely fucking hilarious to me because it's so useless as ID, because the picture looks nothing like me. Definitely won't look anything like me towards the end of the thing. So you don't have to do this in other states. Do shopping centers have community reading spaces? Whatever places have donated books you can take for free. Swap, no card needed. That's not universal. Melbourne Central used to have a little library, like just take books, put books in, which was great. It was there for years. It's not there anymore. But the short answer is I don't think we do have that in shopping centers. No, okay. I'm definitely going to re-clarify that tomorrow. Maybe add some more rum. Okay. I was threatening to take a toilet break. Should I put anything on? Oh, that's right. Jake Paul's got to fight Mike Tyson, isn't he? That's like stupid as hell. So it's an exhibition fight. So, Jesus Christ, Jake Paul's 27. He's going to fight Mike Tyson, who's 57. Well, people who do anything for attention. Oh, that's right. What was I doing? I was going to bring up YouTube. Which YouTube am I logged into here? Okay. I think I might. All right. I'm going to put on an old AIDSy video while I have a toilet break. This one.
Where am I?
It's you.
Hello.
Again.
Hello. Where am I?
I think you know you've been here before.
Oh, is it Centrelink?
No, not
Looks like
today.
Centrelink. It's hard.
Yeah, we're a bit more unforgiving than Centrelink. Most of the time, I only see people once.
Oh, it's Ralph saving in line.
And yet,
No.
how many times have I seen you now? What are we, 5 now? We trying to set some sort of record?
Oh, am I dead again?
Bingo!
Oh.
You're dead. And it's my job to get things ready for you again. Do you know how many times I've made up your room and then you're just not there?
Well, 5 times.
Exactly, right? And I don't want to do it again. You had better be sticking around this time.
I wasn't trying to do nothing. I was just walking on the footpath and then a truck came. We were playing a game of truck, concrete, patient. And it's weird because the patient gets to fold the truck, but only after you've been run over. It's such a rip-off.
Yes, that seems to be more or less what happened, except in a slightly more stupid way. So you're here now, your room is ready. Some people have a job to do and don't like it when their work is disrespected.
You're not really angry, are you? You're really someone like Peter, aren't you?
We thought if I appeared in the form of someone you were familiar with, you'd feel more relaxed.
No, Angry was driving the truck.
Oh, yeah.
Very disturbing. I was on the footpath and everything. I was doing what the cat says. Look to your left, then you look to your right. Then you grab the hand of an adult, who was in this case a nurse and a paramedic, and walk straight across the road. Don't run, walk straight, a splash. And then I was here, and I think the nurse was trying to pull me out because it was ow, ow. And there was a truck on me, and now I'm here. And now you're giving it, oh, you've got to go somewhere and you can't just go because it's not like it's a revolving door or nothing there and there. And I've had a difficult day.
Oh, you are kidding. He's done it again. I hate that guy so much.
Bring you some classic AIDSy and oh wait, I'm not there. There I am. And yes, that was a very white room. That was the white room, an infinity room at Kindred Studio. It was very neat. There were no corners on it. All the edges were round, and it's designed for photo shoots. So we deliberately overlit it so it was like this void. Real cause of death, St. Peter hadn't had enough of his shit. Oh, you were an extra in a movie, Heine. Love to hear about it. Yes, that's like me on my license photo. That is like from 12 years ago. Thanks, Greg. I'm glad you liked it. It was a bit of fun. Like we were literally looking like this room. It's like it's this white void. You're in the afterlife. Ooh, we should do a video about you in the afterlife. Oh, you were an extra in Ricky Stanicki. In the crowd at the... Okay, I wasn't going to watch that. Now I'll maybe watch it to see if I can see you. At a casino around poker machines. All right. Yeah, okay. You're going to watch it after the stream. Tell me if you see yourself in it. Speaking of Prime, they just released... I don't know if they're releasing it an episode at a time or if they release the whole series, but the Fallout series started on Prime. I want to check that out too. So thank you, Heine. I will appreciate the update when you deliver it. I'm just managing stuff on the screen. Wait, new Lord of the Rings film? And later in 2024, Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim is an animated prequel to The Lord of the Rings. An animated feature set 183 years before the events of the Two Towers. It's been delayed, was meant to be in April, but no specific date yet. Oh, it's the story of Helm Hammerhand, legendary king of Rohan. He must defend against an army of Dunlendings. Huh. Oh, Brian Cox plays Helm, which is neat. That's you get away with that with animation. He's way too old to be an action star, but he's got a great voice. Oh, Miranda Otto reprises her role as Eowyn narrating the film. Okay. Set to be directed by Japanese anime director Kenji Kamiyama for New Line Cinema. The 2D animation. New Lord of the Rings series set to be released on Prime later in 2024 with the more Rings of Power later this year. Excellent news. Rohirrim, I was conscious of you criticizing me and I got it backwards. Did you know the Oval Office is designed the president can hear everything said in the room? Oh, I've been in places that had a domed roof and it was super weird. It was just like a kebab place. This was in London. I was with someone. It's a kebab place. And I don't know what it originally was, but it had this dome ceiling. And I'm at the register and then it sounded like someone said something right into my ear. And I went, and there was no one next to me. And the person who was talking was yonder other side of the room. And I just realized the sound was traveling in this dome and coming down on me. And it sounded like someone was talking right into my ear. It was wild. Anna, you have one app before shows you're watching. Anxiety, task avoidance. Haven't gotten to it. I get it. I was going to say Rohirrim, and then I thought you criticized me for saying that. And I said Rohirrim. Rohan. Rohirrim. And yes, Dr. Abigail is super excited, I know, about more Rings of Power. I'll be fascinated to see what they do, actually. Because I think they fired the people who did all made all the weird decisions for the first series. Actually, now I need to look that up because I didn't know that was coming. Rings of Power Season 2. That's got its own Wikipedia page. Okay, they are going to do. Okay. Second season officially ordered. COVID messed everything up. Filming moved from New Zealand to the UK. So they've been filming it as far back as 2022. Okay. So, what are they doing? I'm looking for any sort of trivia. Ideas have been put together for season 3, though a third season is not yet official. Okay, this is all very useless. Oh, well, that's all useless gossip stuff. But yeah, I didn't even know there was a season 2, honestly. I was just at a kebab place. One time I visited the UK, did a road trip with YouTube friend Steve, and we ended up in London, and we were just getting kebabs one night. What did I have for dinner? I'm doing the old light and easy. I had a light and easy chicken parma, which is not bad. I'm just doing all microwave meals at the moment. Because I'm lazy. I'm cooking occasionally. Actually, it is date night tomorrow night, so I'm going out and getting something fancy, non-microwaved, hopefully. There was potato in it. There was veggies and potato, like little bits of baked potato. It was pretty good. But yes, I'm hopefully getting fancy dinner tomorrow night. Don't know exactly what I'm going to get. Sorry, I was just looking at something on another video. It's me being good. This is non-alcohol. Lots of alcohol in the first hour. Got to slow down in this hour. And then maybe I'm definitely going to do a whiskey tasting. Going to have a Starward whiskey showdown, I think. Just compare a couple of Starwards and decide which I prefer in a very arbitrary measuring. And then maybe make an old-fashioned with the one that I decide I like best. Hey, Micro. Rest assured, my nipples are thoroughly erect under my shirt, just for you. But that's where they shall stay, because, you know, YouTube can only cope with so much. Uh, actually, like, sorry, is this Essendon colours? I'm trying to work out which football team it looks like I'm supporting. Is it Essendon? I think it's Essendon, isn't it? I have another shirt that's a bit similar to this, the bowling shirt style. It doesn't have this on it, and it has a more subtle martini on. At first glance, the martini motif actually looks a bit like a bomber. So the other one really looks like I'm an Essendon supporter. All right, there's a game tonight. There you go. At Marvel, and it's packed. I haven't done it for ages, but it is fun to go to an AFL game with a big crowd. There's a whole vibe. Like, I have very little interest in who wins and who loses and whatnot, but it's when you're at the ground, it's this whole vibe. And yeah, if it's standing room only, be a lot of noise. Actually, I was going to think, are they going to get rained on? Also, what about the weekend? Am I going to get rained on this weekend? I'm going to check the weather. That's some interesting fucking content right there, isn't it? Ooh, there is a little bit of rain around Melbourne. They're probably not going to get rained on. But there is a little bit of rain around. But they're saying no rain. 19 to 21 this weekend with no rain. And then it getting a bit cooler and a little bit of rain during the week. But that's okay. Makes it a good laundry day. Marvel has a closed roof. They're weak. Their bloodline is weak. They will not survive the winter. Fucking closed roof, honestly. Weakness. That's just weakness. Back in my day, there was no closing roofs on the stadiums. We just laid out in the mud. It was part of the experience. Honestly, if half the crowd didn't get dysentery, it wasn't a proper match. I have been to Marvel. I saw a soccer match there. I forget what it was, but the reason I was there is there was these school kid exhibition thing at halftime, and young Mr. Angry's school was one of the teams, and so he was playing at Marvel Stadium. Yes, all the tennis ones have a closed roof or a closable roof. So I don't think I still have the photos on the phone. Wonder where the photos are. I have old photo files. It's probably on my computer and hard drives. I saved old photos. Man, going through really old photos on the phone. Oh God, that looks like about 10. It is really trippy. Certainly seeing pictures of my kids from about 10 years ago. Because, you know, they're, what, 24 and 26 this year? Neither of them had their birthday, so they're 23 and 25. Oh God, here's a weird old photo. And it's not very good quality. But I'll show you, see if, yes. Oh yeah, you should be able to see that. It's a TV, like an old CRT TV that someone left on the nature strip, and someone wrote a message on it. I got old and fat, so he left me, which I think is pretty funny, quite honestly. I think, is there any other fun old photos on here? Jesus, really old photos of me. I'll tell you that much for free. Me and Aidsy. Me and Eva and Viola. Me and Dave Days, who was a YouTube star back in the day. Damien Luna, all other. It was me and Drag. There you go. No, the photos of Marvel are not there. Anyway, make this screen cap for the stream. I got old and fat, so he left me. I always thought it was fun. Oh, there you go. Your sister's 23 this year. Why is the bridge lit up green? Is that a particular thing? I don't even know what's going on. Trying to think. So, Young was angry. Actually, no, I'm getting their ages completely wrong. Mr. Angry's easy because he was born in 2000, so he'll be 24 this year. And she's 2.5 years older, so she'll actually be 27 this year. Oh, okay. I have to show the picture of me in drag? Okay, I will. I don't mind. This is for a music video we shot in Kindred Studios. Where was it? I had it there a second ago. I'll find it. There it is. I can put it on Discord. That's me in drag. That one. I'm not putting very much effort in. I've just got some pink frilly thing around my neck and the wig. Oh well, and the makeup, I guess. So that was from, I don't know, 10 years ago. Kindred Studio, probably about 10 years ago, actually. Yeah, I don't think Vic Roads would be up for me using that as my car license photo, although it looks as much like me as the fucking existing photo does. In fact, with the long hair, maybe it looks more like me. Because I wasn't hiding the beard. I didn't do anything to hide the beard. Just a lippy and a blonde wig, really. So, yeah, that was for a music video with Luna, I think, because there's a picture of me with her. And then there was a whole bunch of people dressed up as 80s hair metal. Weird photos. I think, are there any other weird ones? Then I met a busker in a Super Mario costume. And when I saw a giant Mr. Darcy floating in the water. Laura, hello. How are you? I think there were any other fun ones. Oh, a very unhinged photo of me and AZ at White Night. Anyway, nice to see you, Laura. Feel like it's been a minute. Been doing train stuff? It's a funny old world. We're coming up to 9:40. What's going on? You're doing fairly well. I am glad to hear that, Laura, that things are going reasonably for you. If you're not eaten yet, you should eat something, Dr. Abigail, definitely. It's a thing that should be done. And we got Mrs. Angry went out on a pigeon rescue mission today at the behest of her son, and she said, "I was near this bakery," and I went, "Ooh, if you're going there, can you get me one of their sourdough baguettes because they're friggin' awesome?" And she did, and I'm going to use it to make a bacon sandwich for my breakfast, which is going to be yummy. We're going to love it. Laura's eating right now. So, is you haven't eaten because you can barely function, or you can barely function because you haven't eaten? Or is it both? Well, it'd be breakfast for you, yeah, Laura? Remind me of the old Come Sad Angels song with a lyric, I can't do a thing because I can't relax, and I can't relax because I haven't done a thing. Ooh, and how many of us get that vibe? I can't do anything because I'm anxious, and I'm anxious because I haven't done anything. Oh, okay. See, that's how bad I am with the times. It's actually lunch. It's 12:45. I did not realize it was that late. I'm getting confused with yon North Americans who are in the wee hours of the morning when they join the stream between 3 and 6 a.m., depending which coast they're on. It's just the world. I don't understand how things work. Time is a construct. Oh yeah, okay. Immune system fighting off thing. Yeah, Laura, we just finished daylight saving. So now there's only 2 or 3 time zones instead of 5 or 6, because different people disagree about daylight saving and whether we should do it or not. So in the daylight saving months, time zones are all over the shop. But yeah, no, we have 3 time zones: East, Central, and West, I think. And it gets super complicated, as I said, super complicated with daylight saving. But we just finished daylight saving, so it's settled down a little. You know, probably do with settling down more, but it settled down a little. I did see an article that said that, I know you get some people complain about it, but there was a survey that sort of brought back that Australia, 80% of Australians overall are in favour of daylight saving, and it's a clear majority in every state. I think even in Queensland, they think they should have it. But I'm a fan. I just like the summer days going later. You think the people who want to get rid of daylight savings are clock salespeople? I don't know. That was the funny thing, realizing we had a couple of manual clocks that we had to change, because I'm so used to computers and phones, etc., automatically adjusting for daylight saving. And then it's like, oh, we've got a couple of manual clocks. Oh, Got to change them manually, like a goddamn caveman. Rough. All right. Now I've been good and drink non-alcohol. I'm going to do, mate, I just had on a whim, we're going to do whiskey tasting. So I noticed I hadn't opened my bottle of Solera, which is Starwood's original whiskey, and is an expensive one, but I did get it on sale. Oh, he's disappearing into the sex head. Anything can happen. He might. Shit! He might come out with a sex hat on. Yeehaw, man! I just knocked over a little glass. It's like, yeah, I'm causing mayhem. Knocked over one of my shot glasses. Stop causing mayhem. Okay. So, we're going to do Nova Solera. 40 and 43%. Okay. And actually, going to go back into Mysterious Cup of Mystery. Not forgetting sex hat. Where is it? There it is. To get it's an anniversary bottle. The top. And one more special one. What shall I get? Shall it be Tawny or Muscat? Maybe do Muscat, actually. Wait, which one's higher? Tawny is 48%. Muscat is 48%. I need a Muscat. All right. So, whiskeys. Get 4 tasting glasses. I'm a fancy man with fancy whiskeys. Move up. There you go. Oh, love the aroma already. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's my whole impetus for doing this, that I noticed I hadn't opened this bottle. I wanted to open it. And the fucking seal didn't unseal the way it's meant to. Fuck you. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a thing from the friggin' golf cart. Oh. Or a pair of old style wall clocks. Batteries ran out 2 years ago. Just don't use them. Yeah, we have a couple of wall clocks. Fuck's sake. I think this one is meant for opening seals on bottles. They're working? Fuck's sake. No, it's not. Okay, I'm going to use the cocktail fork one. Fuck it. Or say, Alexa, what time is it? Yeah. I refuse to have so-called smart devices in my home. Spying on me all the time. Fuck's sake. Why is this being so goddamned difficult? Flippin' heck. Right, there we go. Got enough of it. Oh. Okay. Pouring some Solera. All right. Right. And then the anniversary vitalis. And the musket barrel. Muscat. Not musket. All right. They all look the same from this angle anyway. All right. Tasting the whiskies. I should get a little bit of water. I'm just going to be here for a second. Get a little bit of water to cleanse my palate. Alrighty. Some water. I'm a professional drinker. Yes, I am. And I gotta sing everything. Okay. Nova. Good old Nova. Doing the wanker thing I got taught. To release the aromas of the whiskey. Because that's important. Well, God, that smells nice. Like flowers and honey. Oh. Damn, that's good. Ooh, there's a real fruity element in that. Almost like peaches. Stone fruit, maybe. Maybe cherries. I don't know. But it's very fruity. Nice. All right. Solera, which I just opened. Slightly higher alcohol content. Fun fact, if you see something called Solera, what that means is the barrels in which they are aging it are never fully emptied. Like they will partially empty the barrels and bottle some stuff, and then they will add some more of the spirit and let that age, and then so on and so on, but never actually fully emptying the barrel. So they like to say, like, so this Solera technically has a little bit of the spirit of the very first whiskey they made. Now, how is that different? I'm really bad with the words on these and coming up with things, but they're very similar on the nose. Well, very different taste, though. Solera has a bit more of an intense taste. Oh, Heine, are you going to quiz Dr. Abigail on the specs that she upgraded my PC to. I remember that was something we talked about a while ago. Okay, now a special one, Vitalis. Well, it'd be fun if Dr. Abigail actually remembers or has receipts or anything. Because it's not this computer, so I can't just look stuff up. Yeah, Abigail hasn't been well. You're right, honey, but yeah, she might be up for it tonight. Let's see. Oh, this has a sort of darker aroma. Instead of the light honey, is getting more into like golden syrup, or even molasses. Ooh, different again. There's probably more of the cherry flavor. Friggin' yum. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. We could just quiz and look things up and post it on Discord. Yes, that is a thing we could do. Oh man, fucking yum, dude. Damn, Star would make good whiskies. And finally, the Muscat barrel. Aged in barrels that previously had fortified wine in them. Specifically Muscat. Yep, I'm very bad at coming up with any descriptors for these things. It's just, it's a nice whiskey smell. Oh. Yeah, so Dr. Abigail, Heine, I think, wants to experiment with video editing. So he's keen to know the specs that you upgraded my PC to. So I could do like 4K video editing. Okay, that one tastes much more like a fortified wine than the others. Like port. Muscat's not really port. The other one is port. Tawny. Okay, I don't really have a favorite, but Nova's so much cheaper than the others, and it's really fucking good. Still my go-to, Nova. All right, I am just going to turn them all into a blended old-fashioned now. Build it in the glass. Well, I'm interested in how much whiskey is actually in those samples at the end. So, do a blended old-fashioned. Ooh, quite a bit. I gave myself quite generous pours in these. Oh, yep, this is generous old-fashioned. Okay. Fuck yeah. All right. This is me tipping over the edge into shit-faced. Okay. Get a little bit of this sugar syrup. Oh, yeah, we're going for it. Oops. Didn't put the lid back on that, so that's a good thing to do. Put the lid back on. Close this. Close this. Bring over the bitters. Sweeten that sucker. Then some bitters. All right. Yes, Abigail's been knocked around by a virus for a while. Not well at all. But okay. There's a large, strong, old-fashioned. What are we up to? 10 o'clock. That's when Angry went over the deep edge. Over the edge to the deep end. That's the shit. Get you fucked up. Oh, man. Oh, wow. That is good. God damn. Oh, that is a rich, deep, dark, old-fashioned. Hmm. That's good. How things are changed. Because I definitely don't think I would have been so into that. Definitely not 10 years ago, maybe not even 8 years ago. Probably by about 5 or 6 years ago, I would have been into it. Weird getting into alcohol this later. Laura, I mean, I've missed you. I would love to do a chat. I don't know if there's anyone else who wants to join, but you know what? I'm going to put the link in there. This is always we find out Pat's just been lurking the whole time because he was actually here earlier, waiting to establish an alibi. Or he goes out and strikes terror into the criminal underworld, as is his wont. Ooh, what is it? That's come together into almost butterscotch flavor. It's friggin' good. I'll tell you that much. Da-da-da-da. Laura, how are you?
I'm not too bad. Good and bad, but you know.
But you're soldiering on.
I haven't really got much choice.
It's the noble thing to do, to soldier on.
Yeah. Walk it off, as I've been told more lately.
Oh God, I love that phrase. Like you really hurt yourself or something, and someone goes, "Just walk it off." I'm going, but my leg fell off. How do I walk it off?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if you. I told you this last time. I started doing karate again.
Yes, you had been doing the old martial arts. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm a yellow belt now.
Oh, nice.
I went through my first grading at the start of March. And really been getting into it, you know. Really been enjoying it.
Good.
The first keep fit part is a killer for me.
Yes.
Because old fat person here, you know. But my
getting intense physical, yeah.
Yeah, but my stamina's gone up, you know, sort of like, you know, when I first started and we were doing like, it's about maybe 10 minutes or 12 minutes of keep fit type stuff, star jumps and things like that as well. And, you know, well, you know, halfway through, I thought I was going to die. Now I can get all the way through it before I think I'm going to die. So,
yeah. That's the improvement. You got to do the whole thing before you feel like you're going to die.
Yeah. And it's all the stretching and stuff like that. And the stretching and, you know, all that stuff's fine. It's just when they get me doing press-ups and sit-ups and star jumps. Star jumps are a bit easier, but, you know. So, yeah, it's kind of exhausting.
I can see that.
And I'll tell you what, when you get
my ability to predict. Look, there he is. I told you he's coming in for an alibi.
What, me?
Yeah, just before you go out and strike terror into the criminal underworld, just say no, officer. Go check. Go check the live stream. I was online when all those guys were killed horribly.
No, look my TikTok.
Oh, you've been looking at TikTok?
Yeah, my friends' TikToks.
I know you're a TikTok fiend, Pat. Although I really enjoy the
you
TikTok.
You didn't drink those songs. You're drunk.
Well, I'm the drink fiend. No, I don't shy away from that. Sorry, Laura, you were telling me something as well.
Yeah, so despite what the transphobes like to claim that being trans gives you an advantage, actually I've discovered that it really isn't. That I've lost half my strength. So if I go down, like do a squat on the floor type of thing, so like, my feet are on the floor and I'm down as far as I'll go, I can't get back up unless I push against the floor or pull myself up by something. So yeah, I just noticed the things that I used to be able to do, I just can't do anymore, and I don't think it's because I'm old.
Yeah, it's you remind me. I did see a headline in one of the local, satire news sites, comedy satire news sites. The headline was, person turns life upside down for an advantage in a volleyball match, according to complete idiot. It's just like, I just randomly, I was bored today, and someone else shared the meme that I've seen a few times. It's like, J.K. Rowling gets a lot of hate. I still don't think it's enough. And I put that on Facebook, and I put it on the old Angry Aussie Facebook page that I hardly ever use anymore. And generated a couple TERFs came out of the woodwork. Even more anti-TERFs came out and were like, shut the fuck up. It was the story this week. She said something about she wasn't going to forgive the cast of the movies being pro-trans. And to which I'm sure they're going like, fuck you.
I'm sure they give a shit.
Yeah. Well, that was like when they did that anniversary special and she wasn't on it. No one publicly commented, but it was super obvious. The cast just said, we are literally not going to share a space with her, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be seen to be even tacitly supporting her. So, and they all went, yeah, people actually don't give a shit about J.K. Rowling. They want the cast. And so J.K. Rowling wasn't on the anniversary thing. Well, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, after about us getting food, I think you'll be better after you get some food.
J.K. Rowling last week. So there was Scotland has brought in a new hate crime bill thing.
Oh yes,
and,
I saw that.
And there are certain criteria, that you can't discriminate against people. It would be hate speech type thing.
Yeah.
And J.K. Rowling was like daring them to challenge her, to go after her.
Yeah.
So she just came out with an anti-trans tirade, conflating people who are just trans people who are, mildly famous, perhaps, active on Twitter or something. One is a TV presenter who is trans, and described her as a man. Misogynist, and it's like, okay, I mean, there is no mask anymore. Before there was like, is she, isn't she? But as the meme goes, it's a picture of Hermione, and it's like, no, you're saying it wrong. It's not. What was it? It's transphobia, not protecting women's spaces.
Yeah. But she was even denying that the Nazis specifically targeted trans people, where that was one of the more famous things they did early on.
The famous picture of a Nazi book burning is outside a trans clinic, the first, one. And, and also they use the information on the people that went to that clinic to target them and put them in concentration camps.
Yeah, and people saying, you've now graduated to Holocaust denial. Like that's historical fact that was literally the first target of the Nazis because they thought that was an easier target than the Jews. And yeah, she's full mask off these days. It's just and yet again, all the turf rallies that attract Nazis as really vocal supporters. I don't know, call me crazy, but if I was doing something, anything, and a bunch of Nazis showed up to show their very vocal support for my position, I'd go away and have a think about what I was doing. I would seriously analyze why are Nazis aggressively supporting my position? What's going on there?
Yeah.
But the turf's not real good at self-reflection.
Here's a perfect example of one of hers. So you sent me the wrong video. There isn't a lady in this one. Just a man reveling in his misogynistic performance of what he thinks a woman means. Narcissistic, shallow, and exhibitionist. India didn't become a woman. India is cosplaying a misogynistic male fantasy of what a woman is.
Yeah.
There's no way you can, look at that and say, hey, yeah, that's...
Yeah. No, it's she has graduated to full-on hate speech, but it's also I don't know why she just doesn't walk away. Just don't go on social media. Don't make public pronouncements. It's driving you insane. You started from a confused and ill-informed position, and your sense of self was so challenged by people saying you are extremely ill-informed that you've moved further and further into hate speech. And it's just like, as an alternative, you could just walk the fuck away and stop making these fucking pronouncements. And your life would be so much easier.
I mean, do you know what? It kind of makes me chuckle because, it's like, if I won the lottery and I had £1 bajillion going to my bank account, I'd never have to work again or have to worry about paying any bill ever. Territory. Yeah. You win 12 million pounds on the lottery or whatever,
Yeah.
And it's like, how much time do you would think I would spend on Twitter? As opposed to going anywhere I want in the world near enough.
Yeah.
And doing all the things that I would like to have done but really don't have the money for, things like that.
Yeah.
But how much time do you think I'd spend on Twitter being angry on a phone?
Yeah. And the same deal, there's a bunch of weird tech bros who, made millions, if not billions of dollars on deals, who insist on outing themselves as gross, obnoxious bigots. And I mean, bring up Twitter, fucking Elon Musk is the prime example. The insecurity of that guy,
I know,
and the desperate need for affirmation, when it gets to the point where the only people who will affirm him are far right fucking psychopaths, and so he actively courts far right psychopaths because they tell him he's great. It's like,
and you see the same thing with Trump, because if you look, I mean, it's like, 2016 Trump gets in. 2017 he's holding rallies for 2020.
Yeah,
and
he loves rallies.
Oh yeah, and I think I know why. I think it's as simple as, being a US president, it requires a lot of effort and a lot of time, and you have to be dedicated to it. And of course, there's going to be lots of problems because, of course, at that time, the economy was kind of taking a bit of a dive, and there was COVID. So if you can imagine, you're surrounded by problems going to a rally and finding there are people that absolutely love you is brilliant.
Yeah.
And
No,
if you think exactly the same thing with Musk, you know, you can see the kind of thrill and excitement he gets out of doing the you know, Cybertruck thing, or you know, the equivalent of Steve Jobs up there. We got a new phone coming, you know, etc., etc. All these sorts of things. So you can imagine Tesla's got problems, and you know, there's problems with SpaceX rockets blowing up, and you know, problems with all sorts of other things going on. And then it's like, you know, so he buys Twitter because he's pissed off that someone, you know, told him he couldn't say something. One of his posts was blocked, removed. So he right. If I want to be able to say what I want, I know I'll buy it. And you know, but all these negative things that are going to be going on, as we all have negative things going on in our lives, and maybe his only solace is posting stuff and doing, you know, wanting adoration.
Yeah, I agree with this one completely, Dr. Abigail. It's the joke about a time machine to go and take out baby Hitler. If I had a time machine, I'd go back. I wouldn't kill baby Trump. I'd go back and grab his father and say, for God's sake, tell your son you love him. You know, just please show some basic human affection to your child. It's going to be so much better for society if you do. The massive insecurity. Laura, I agree with you completely. Musk and Trump show the exact same insecurity. It's like, I'm worried that people don't think I'm cool and clever and great, but if I go here, these fucking weirdos will non-stop tell me I'm cool and clever and great, so I'm going to do that. It's unhinged and weird, but I'm going to do it because I'm so insecure. I need constant affirmation from people telling me I'm great. And it's like, what the fuck? Honestly.
Yeah. You know, when
I saw Monkey Man on Tuesday.
Yeah, you saw Monkey Man?
Yes,
another great film?
Yep.
See, you see all the good films. I hardly ever go out and see films. I want to see Civil War. I might go and see that this weekend. That's
I
near.
know that.
Yeah, it's like fictional near future where America has a full-scale civil war, and all the reviews are, this is intense, this is amazing.
It does look.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Mrs. Angry, I don't think it's her thing, but I might go and. It's in IMAX here in Melbourne, and apparently visually the impact is just boof. So I might even go and see it in IMAX this weekend. We'll see.
One of the things that always makes me chuckle so you went a lot of the, you know, in the past it's been largely a bunch of guys in their own clothes getting a bulletproof vest and some guns and thinking they can take on the government.
Yeah.
You know, and it always makes me laugh because it's like the government can pretty much kill you from space.
Yes.
They can literally phone you up, say, just go outside your front door. Right, now look up, and it's the GPS guided bomb that's coming down towards them that has been dropped by a plane that they couldn't even hear because it was so high. That kind of thing. That's the ability of the US government. Do they really think they could take on the government with some, you know, AR-15s and you know, and a bunch of...
you can't overthrow the government with that, but you can destabilize stuff with asymmetric warfare, aka terrorism. But there's a American comedian, Neil Brennan, and he has a very funny bit where he talks about, okay, you got all these rednecks with the guns, and you know, it's in case the government tries to oppress me. He goes, I think we should settle it once a year. There should be military versus rednecks with guns. And we'll see what happens. And he has a thing like in all these rednecks, and it's a whole thing. Everyone watches it. It's broadcast on TV, and the reporter's talking to the rednecks is going like, "So, sir, how are you feeling about this year's conflict?" Because yeah, I've got my AR-15. I'm feeling pretty good. We're going to do it. There's a whole bunch of us here. We're going to take on the government. And okay, now we're going to go to the government side, and it's one guy in a bunker controlling drones. He's just like yeah. It's just me, and I'm controlling it from here, and I can see the opposite side there. I feel bad, but I'm just going to drop some Hellfire missiles on them. It's just like, yep, we're done. Okay, 30 seconds in. This year's competition is over. Government wins.
Yeah.
It's just,
the interesting thing, I mean, I don't know anything about the film yet. I want to watch it, so I don't want to get any spoilers.
I don't know any spoilers either, yeah.
My suspicion, so the weirdness of America is how they've got the US Army, Air Force, Navy, that kind of stuff. And then you've got the National Guard.
Yes.
The National Guard are state
yes,
military.
They are state-based, yes.
So I'm wondering if it's going to be a bunch of state military versus the federal government, shall we say.
And that would be reasonably likely. And also, you would get, in an extreme scenario, you would get defectors from the military as well. So, yeah, the weird gun nuts, they're not going to do anything. But I think you're probably right, Laura. National Guard and defectors from the military could really destabilize things. But yeah, everyone's saying just this movie's really intense. And I've just watched the trailers, and the trailers are pretty good at not giving much away, but showing shit gets real serious at various points.
Yeah.
But yeah, Safa. But again, a Chinese air balloon can't overthrow the government either. But yes, if you practice guerrilla tactics, asymmetric warfare, aka terrorism, it can be very difficult for a big government, a big military to shut that down completely. But I think with the movie Civil War is not that. It's literally military units in conflict. It's not rednecks on pickup trucks doing stuff. It's literal military units factionalizing and fighting one another. But yeah, everyone says it's really intense. So I might even I'll talk to Mrs. Angry because I don't think it's quite her thing. But if she wants to see it, we might both go and see it. Otherwise, I might go and see it in IMAX because I was even looking at the times and going, yeah, I could go maybe on Sunday, IMAX. And then I could report back Sunday night live stream. But it's interesting because it's the same filmmaker who did, what did he do? Ex Machina? And I love that film. It kind of makes me want to go and rewatch Ex Machina, which is, just about a tech bro who creates an extremely plausible robot that may or may not be genuinely self-aware, and there's a whole bunch of mind fuck in that movie, which I think is really good because it's like you're not quite sure what's going. Oh God, it's 10:30. Is Mrs. Angry going to bed? Oh God, you know what? Safa's going to chide me. I didn't get my breathing apparatus out. I have to disappear.
Yeah, bad boy.
But just like, dude, what's your problem?
You're bad.
You had one job. You had one job, and you didn't do it. I'm gonna go and. Okay. Do you all want to hold? I could play a video. Like I queued up an AIDSy video from before.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
do you not know?
that.
Do you not know me at all? I'm able to hold the fort and just talk for hours about nothing in particular. So I.
Nice. Okay.
You know me. My mouth. The favorite thing my mouth does with it is talk.
Laura, you're in charge. I don't even have to leave chickens in charge. Laura's in charge. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
And now I can't think of anything to say because I'm on the spot. Let's have a look. So you've been? Did I see that you've been doing wrestling, Pat?
Yes.
I think I could. Yeah.
Well, you saw that.
Yeah, I saw the things on the Discord. I don't know any of the people you were talking to.
That's my friends.
Right.
You're my reselling friends.
Right. See, I don't know anything about wrestling.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think the nearest I've ever watched to an actual wrestling match was, I watched Rocky 3, was it, I think? And it had Thunder Lips, who, aka Hulk Hogan, doing a sort of charity thing with Rocky. But again, that was a movie. Then again, a lot of wrestling. Yeah, a lot of wrestling is not like that, I suppose.
Yeah. So John Cena on Monday.
Right.
And also the man Mark. Take the Rock. That.
Are you any good?
That. Well, once look at my friend Josh YouTube. There's one day I'll help my friend Josh. Josh recently that man, and Josh, can do this. That man, Josh said to me, "Hey, what are you doing there?" I know he was there, but they're red, and my friend Josh won fight once.
Josh is your wrestling mate, yeah, Pat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. It's so fun. I expected Laura to be holding court and coming up the hall. I can hear Pat all the way as I walk up the hall. Pat holding court. And Suki says he wants to know if you've got any more trains.
Yes, lots of new trains. Or a really, really good new one, brand new, new manufacturer, new model, like bloody awesome.
Oh yeah, so once me and America Bigfoot on train.
Sorry, what are you doing on trains, Pat?
No, I saw it a bit bigger.
Oh, okay. Well, Laura's got model trains.
Yeah. No, I got another a third class 85. So this one's an electric one. Saying that they're all electric trains because they run off electricity to make them move. But this one is proper electric with the pantograph on the roof to pick up the.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah, this is like 19. I mean, this was built in the 1960s, not the model, the real thing, of course.
Yeah.
There's only one of them left.
Yeah,
Okay.
Out of about 40 or 50. The problem with their preservation is there's not a lot of use you can get out of them, because when trains get withdrawn from passenger service or freight service or whatever, and they end up being withdrawn, that's it. We've replaced them with something new now. They end up most of the time the electric trains go to the scrapyard because there's no preserved railways, little private railways where they run steam engines or diesels.
Right. Yeah.
But there's nowhere with overhead electrics or third rail electrics because the health and safety, red tape that goes with it is mind-boggling.
All right.
So yeah, and I bought a bunch of coaches yesterday, which should be arriving tomorrow, I suppose. That's
So I have to. Sorry, I'm just throwing out this recommendation again for locals. It's a range of mixers which you can get at Coles from SodaSmith. It's a Tasmanian maker. They do tonics, and I don't usually like tonic water because I find it too bitter. But last weekend I went to the Caulfield Market, and there were a bunch of distillers there, and they were all using SodaSmith as the mixer. And like, I don't usually drink gin and tonic because I find tonic water to be too bitter. But this particular tonic goes so well through. This isn't a tonic. This is finger lime soda. Finger lime is a native Australian plant. It's not really lime. It's really interesting. It looks like a giant pea pod. That's why they call it finger lime, because it's these long things. And when you crack it open, it's like little things that are like caviar, except they've got a citrus juice inside them. And it tastes like lime juice. So that's why they call them finger limes, even though they're not actually related to lime trees. They're a native Australian, but it's a great flavor. So Australians in Coles, you can get SodaSmith, a few different tonics, and the finger lime soda. Really good by itself, and it's a really good mixer. There you go. Just throwing that.
I was going to say something. I've forgotten what.
I've distracted you. I know that's frustrating. I know what that's like.
Yeah.
I was just rabbiting.
I don't know if you noticed, I had a bit of a look on my face when I looked at my other screen. Okay, so the passport system. So I'm going to go to Japan soon, although at the moment it's not going to be as soon as I thought because I've fucked it up again. So I've got to get a new passport because my old passport became invalid. Because I changed my name and everything. Yeah. And so I'm having to do a new passport, and unfortunately, I am a terrible, terrible, terrible procrastinator.
Yeah, I identify with that.
Yeah, so it's going to take 3 weeks for them to do it, and I'm looking to be going away in the latter quarter of the last week of May.
All right, so it's going to be close.
Yeah. I can't buy a plane ticket until I've got a passport, because what happens if the passport doesn't come in time? I can't get a refund, etc., etc. So, and then the other problem is that if I don't go in May and through most of June, then I end up with the unfortunate situation where it becomes the rainiest season. So it's a case of warm, green, are very similar, are very close to each other in the Goldilocks zone. So is a bit small.
Yeah.
So, and if not, I have to wait until next year, which I really don't want to do.
Yeah.
So, as a part of the passport thing, you've got to send your old passport. And, you fill in the form online and they send you an email saying you need to send your records to them. But a part of the thing that I have to do is send my deed poll, which is my name change document.
Yeah.
And a copy of a letter from my doctor saying this person's transition is likely to be permanent.
Yeah.
And I went and sent the fucking cover letter. So instead of sending the letter saying this person's, I'm treating this patient, and they are transitioning and their transition is likely to be permanent, I sent the letter saying, "Dear Laura, here's the letter for your..."
Oh gosh, you sent the wrong file.
I sent the wrong piece of fucking paper. Yeah.
Oh no.
So I've gone and lost a week. So I've just gone and lost another week.
Oh.
It's like, So I got phoned up by them earlier, and I said, "Can I email it to you?" And then they've sent me an email. Unfortunately, we've been unable to open the email letter to the application. Please send a copy of it. So I've got to now go when we finish. I'm going to go to the post office and go and send off the new one.
Ugh, what a drama! What a palaver!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
See, strictly saying
Yeah,
it, apparently
my dad-
March
my
is
dad-
very blossom season.
Mm.
So, what are you doing, Pat?
Yeah, my dad's gonna away. My dad's gonna away you soon.
Your dad's going away.
Yep, very soon.
Where's he going?
Well, one day.
So he's going. Oh, you're frozen.
No, Friday?
Oh yeah.
No, now.
So your dad's going away. So it seems like non-stop sex and drug parties at Pat's place while his dad's away. He nodded. You see, he nodded when I said that.
No.
No, you see, now you're trying to back
no,
away.
no.
No. You all saw it.
Ah,
When I
shut
said
up,
Pat's going to have non-stop sex
No,
and drug
no,
parties
no,
while his
no.
dad's away. You saw it. You all saw it. He nodded. Now he's shaking his head. Too late. We all saw it.
No.
We all saw it. No, I caught you out.
No,
man.
I got it.
I caught you out. I'm gonna call Rob. I'm gonna call Rob and say, Rob, go and sort Pat out because he's got to have non-stop sex and drug parties while his dad's away. But no, I can't do that. Okay, no one knows who I'm ragging on now with Rob, but Rob will just go, yeah, I'm the one bringing all the drugs and sex workers to the party. So you have to go way back to some of my old YouTube videos to see Rob and Pat together. But yeah. I just love that there was that unconscious nod at first when I said what was going to happen. It was just like,
I don't know.
the truth. That was the truth right there. That was the truth we saw.
Hey, boy. Give it back.
Yeah, I must have Pat's dad's number in my phone. I have to call him and warn him. You can't go away. You know what Pat's going to do while you're away? He just admitted he's going to have non-stop sex and drug parties.
Oh, shut up, man.
Oh, dude, I'm coming. I don't want to say this as a negative one. I'm coming out there for the sex and drug parties. I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, you. Oh yeah.
Okay, that's where Pat's thing with wrestling takes on a whole different element. You know, big bits of plastic sheeting and baby oil down, and everyone just, you know, it's a whole special sort of wrestling when Dad's away. I'm just saying.
Or it's one of those plastic slide things, baby oil. Whee!
Yeah, no, big plastic sheets, baby oil, and everyone's just going for it.
Nah.
So you say no now, but we all saw you nod. We saw you nod when I said it, and so we all know what's actually happening. Yeah, I know there'd be a bit of that because everyone's all baby oil covered, and you could just slide that right in. Oh, sorry, I'm just saying. Oh, wow, I'm just getting worse. I'm getting worse. Someone has to stop me.
He's sick.
I know. No, you're a fine and responsible and upstanding young man, Pat, and I'm just bad.
Yeah, sick boy.
Yeah, I'm a bad boy.
Outside of the criminal underworld issue.
Yeah.
No.
So it's like
normal upstanding citizen, except for
You know what I remember? There's one of the early seasons of Rick and Morty where Rick sells something to some weird alien, and Morty thinks it's in it, but it turns out the alien's like a contract killer, and it just grabs and goes, "Oh boy, here I go murdering again." I'm not saying that's how I see Pat on an average night, but we all know what's happening. It's a whole thing.
I just do you remember there was what was it? I think it was called the Magnificent Ferengi. It was a DS9 episode.
Yeah.
He gets like a little posse. Quark gets a posse of people, and one of them is some kind of problem eliminator.
Yeah.
And when they contact him, he's like sharpening a knife. And I just have sort of like I'm sorry, this is a terrible impression of you, Pat. And like and you sort of sharpen a knife. The person on the other end is hearing it noise as the conversation's going on of who needs to be dispatched.
Yeah. Well, see, this is what I always wonder when we think about the stuff that definitely doesn't happen. Okay. Again, in anyone in law enforcement who's watching, the thing that definitely doesn't happen is Pat does not go on killing sprees, taking out people in the Australian criminal underworld. But I do wonder sometimes, is that innocent cherubic smile, is that comforting or terrifying? Like as it's the last thing they see, does it actually ease them off this mortal coil into the next experience, or is it actually more terrifying that the last thing they see is that gentle smile? I don't know. Oh God, yes, Iggy Pop as fucking he's a Cardassian. No, he's not a Cardassian. He's the people from the Dominion. What are they called?
Water, Cardassian, the Cardassian.
Dum-dum.
No. There's the changelings, and the other ones that have the weird thing up the side of their head. Iggy Pop is one of them.
The Vorta.
Vorta, yes. Iggy Pop is a Vorta, yes.
And
that's tripping the fuck out of me. Because Mrs. Angry rewatches, though. She's rewatching Deep Space Nine now. And we're watching one, probably the last time she rewatched it was a couple of years ago. But we're just watching one and I was like, what the fuck? That's Iggy Pop.
Oh, okay.
That alien is Iggy Pop.
Okay, I didn't know that was. To be honest, I don't know who Iggy Pop is, other than he's a musician guy in some band. But
yeah, he's big in the 70s, sort of punk, post-punk stuff. And
Yeah,
I think it probably worked both ways, in that the people doing Deep Space Nine were massive Iggy Pop fans, and they nerded out when he agreed to be on. And also, Iggy Pop nerded out when Star Trek people came to him and said, "Would you be an alien on our show?" And he's like, "Fuck yeah, I'll be an alien on your show." The cameos on the various Star Treks of Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager, the people who did cameos as aliens, like Jason Alexander from Seinfeld, was an alien on one of them. It's just fucking wild.
Yeah, Mick Fleetwood was, a big sort of fishy alien.
Yes, Mick Fleetwood was on Star Trek. Yes. Oh yeah, like Strictly Sega's just randomly throwing out Iggy Pop. Lust for Life is good. What was hilarious to me, that was used in an advertising campaign for some American investment bank, and it was like, I'm sorry, that song's about being a heroin addict. What the fuck?
I don't know if I've mentioned it here before, but when I watch American football,
yeah,
sometimes between plays you'll hear some music from at the stadium, and it's like bang, 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 bang.
Oh, they love that Gary Glitter song. They fucking love it.
Yeah, and it's like, the guy's a fucking paedophile. You would think that, they want to sort of distance themselves away from that kind of thing and find something more.
They love it.
They
used it in the Joker movie as well. As wild. Oh, Strictly Sega, Candy is probably my favorite Iggy Pop song. The vocalist from B-52s is in it. That's such a good song.
I love the B-52s.
Yeah.
Cosmic Fan, I love that kind of era.
Yeah, but that was the wildest thing. An investment bank using not just any Iggy Pop song, but a song that was explicitly about heroin, lust for life. It's just like, Jesus.
Oh, by the way, you may have noticed these. These are cool lamps that I went and bought for my painting.
Oh, nice. Give you better light for paint? Oh, they are very bright.
Very bright, but when I'm painting, it's really good. So
Yeah, no, that looks really useful for paint. Oh, God. There was this brief moment as your camera was readjusting. You switched them off. Everything went dark moment. And no, now it's normal.
yeah.
Your poor webcam was just like, oh, what the hell is happening?
It was doing a mugwai.
Yeah.
Bright light.
You associate the Doctor and the TARDIS. I love that because the Doctor and the TARDIS, that was the same guys who were the
KLF.
At the KLF, yeah. Justified Ancients of Mumu. They couldn't stop making money in the 90s. Everything they did turned into a massive hit. Like they were this weird philosophical / political / religious belief system called Discordian, and making money was unsettling to them. So when you look at go and look at KLF film clips, and it's these sets that are full of water and there's a submarine, like they were spending £1 million on every video they made, but everything was a hit and they would make even more money. So at one point they literally set £1 million on fire. They collected cash and made a bonfire of it, because they were just really fucked up at how much money they were making. It wasn't right. And even they had Tammy Wynette on one of the clips, and they just said, we'll just pay you a stupid amount of money because we are literally trying to get rid of all this money we have. It's just like...
And she's like, sure.
Yeah, it is better to associate that vibe with the KLF than Gary Glitter.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. The Doctor Who thing was very much the rock and roll thing of Gary Glitter. They were using that riff. But, and I've mentioned this before, a couple of years ago, the KLF uploaded HD versions of all this stuff. Like the first time the clips went up on YouTube, they were at really low resolution, because in the early days of YouTube, everything was low resolution. But they uploaded HD versions of all their videos a couple of years ago, and it fucking rocks. I really like the KLF. I think they've even got the one where they had some trash heavy metal band do their music at the Brit Awards, and everyone hated them, and they were like, that's cool, we hate you, that's why we did it. We hate the music establishment, so we don't care if you're never inviting us back again, because we hate you, and we did this thing with this trash metal band because we hate you. So it's cool that you hate us because we hate you. Weird things. Also, AZ was always into this. What was the name he actually gave? But it was this sort of black magic thing. Was like, and Discordians were like the jokers of that worldview, whereas the people he associated with were a bit more serious about everything. But the Discordians were the ones who treated everything like a joke, so he understood them. He didn't really identify with them, but he understood them. But yeah. Oh yes, and you're right, Strictly Sacred. It's not just the visuals that are better when you upload to HD and YouTube. It's the sound as well. And I was so friggin' happy when the KLF uploaded HD versions of all their videos to YouTube. That was only a couple of years ago, and it's really good. And there's a few fun dance things from the 90s I like, and when you go and find the official upload on YouTube, it's in quite low resolution, so it's kind of nice when someone re-uploads stuff in HD. Sapa, were you just looking that up? They did the switch in July 2009. The most def was 720p and they upgraded to 1080p. 1080p is good, but now you can actually upload up to 8K on YouTube now. There's probably not much point for most systems, but I was realizing because the slow-mo guys who I quite like, they always upload in ultra HD. They'll do 8K uploads, and I was going, yeah, I'm gonna fucking load an 8K, and I thought, I don't have an 8K monitor. Why the fuck am I waiting to load an 8K video when I don't have an 8? So I just watch them in 4K. You never noticed the soundtrack? Oh, Last Train to Trans Central. I really like that one. Yes, I don't know. I like all the KLF songs.
I think the first one that that hooked me was "What Time Is Love."
Yes, and but what I love is like they were white English guys, but they got black artists in, and they let them define the vibe. And it wasn't these white guys saying this is how it'll be. They were literally getting all these other people in, and I have to admit I love the Tammy Wynette one because the album version of that was very different because it wasn't Tammy Wynette, but just getting her in. And it's just all these things. They're not being ironic because you see all these things. They hear the legend Tammy Wynette. They're not being ironic. They're just going like, Tammy Wynette is fucking awesome. She's amazing. And just with her little twang, they're justified and they're ancient.
And they drive an ice cream van.
It's so much fun. It's
almost surrealism, isn't it?
It is. It's performance art. All the stuff KLF did was fucking performance art. It culminated, like I said, when they had that trash metal band at the Brits, upsetting everyone. When they set £1 million on fire, it's surrealism. It's data. It's performance art. It's Discordianism. But yeah. Doctor and the TARDIS, I think was before the KLF. 3 a.m. Eternal, I really like. I swear to God, I like all the KLF singles.
3 a.m. Eternal is also brilliant.
Yeah.
Possibly my favourite one.
Yeah.
I listened to that when I was at school.
Oh, Red! Look at that!
Sorry, what are you showing me, Pat? What is that?
It's on your
on the Discord.
It's on
You posted something on Discord.
Yeah, look.
All right, I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna look at the Discord. What's on the Discord?
Give it a look.
One of your wrestling videos. Oh my God! Sorry.
Yeah,
also, speaking of the Discord, I had meant to watch. Strictly Sega posted a video of the Wiggles covering Pub Feed, and I haven't watched it. Okay, go and watch these things. Pat's put another wrestling video on the Discord.
Go see my friend Josh. There.
That's your friend Josh?
Yep.
Yeah. So watch that. I can't put it on the stream because there's too much risk of content matching. But it's on the Discord.
No reasoning. It's blah blah.
It's just talking. It's just talking.
Yeah.
I love how you're saying it's just blah blah. It's just talking. But yeah, you all should check because Pat's TikToks and wrestling videos are good, and he often puts them on the Discord. You should check them out. Trick saying you reckon the fun music in the early 90s, Griffiths and Hart. Okay, you know what you're reminding me of? Here's the thing: pre-internet, there were actually magazines that were published that all they were the lyrics to songs, because everyone, when you're listening to the song, you're trying to work out what the lyrics and you could mishear them. And there were these magazines that would literally just print the lyrics to songs. And I remember being on this when I was at uni, so this was late 80s, being on a train going to Sydney with This dude he was very funny. He was very weird. Speaking of performance art, this guy used to do stuff just randomly at the uni that was kind of like performance art. He was a very weird guy. And like to complain about the quality of the, I swear to God, this guy did this to complain about the quality of the food in the cafeteria. Like if you lived on residence, you got food from the cafeteria, but he's saying it's bad. In a full cafeteria, he got a plate of food and ate a bunch of it and then vomited into the plate and then ate it again.
Ooh.
I know he was a very weird person. He was a very weird person.
Are we talking about AIDS again?
No, this was.
I'm sorry. I had to joke it in there for the
No,
long.
no, you definitely had to throw it in. No. I appreciate that one, and AZ would have appreciated that one too.
Yeah.
This guy, he was very weird, and we ended up on a train together. And there were these also the young girls, and they had one of these hit song words magazines. And he's going, "Is this what you're listening to?" And there's a song called "Hippie Chick," and he's reading the lyrics, and he's just going, "It's hard, it's hard, it's," and that's not how they sang it in the song. But the fact he just kept going, "It's hard, it's hard," and these girls were just cracking up laughing because he could do this stuff where he seemed completely innocent when he's doing something weird and messed up, and he would just radiate this I'm an innocent man child, and it's just like he was confused that the lyrics of this were just it's hard, and it was I'm sorry. Thank you, Stricker Sega. You actually brought that memory back to me. Oh, you had one with the Addams Family groove. Yes, from the Addams Family movie. Yes.
Soho was the name of the band. I knew it, but I couldn't remember it, and I had to look it up.
So what was that? Sorry, Laura?
Hippie Chick was by a band called Soho.
Soho. Okay. Because I certainly didn't remember. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was. I think that was 1991 as well. The year I left school.
Yeah. It's olden times anyway. But yeah. Also, I remember explaining to someone, we talked about 90s music, dance music. There was a dance track that was really popular, Ride on Time. And there's one thing with the vocalist, female vocalist, you sing like, and explaining to someone, she's not singing that. In the studio, she sung one note and they've put it into a synthesizer and they're just doing the different keys. And that's why it keeps going up and down in pitch. They're just going, and he's going, "Oh, can you do that?" And yeah, it's actually really easy.
Black box.
Yeah, you just record one note into it and then you can play it across a keyboard. And it's like, also
got sued for it as well, the original artist.
Yeah,
because they had like a skinny black chick playing, and she was like a large black lady. You know, she was like bellowing it out, and that kind of stuff. And they've just sampled it and given no credit for it.
Yeah,
so she actually sued them.
Oh, and even another fun one. What's the dance track? Pump Up the Jam. What was that? Technotronic. Technotronic was just producers, whatnot. The person who was on the film clip for that, whose performing name was Felly, she was a model. She did not do the vocal track for that. Okay, this is my weird brain remembering stuff. The vocal was actually done by Yakid K, and she did actually do some other stuff for Technotronic, but it was just like, and the people making the decisions were white dudes, and they were just like, they thought Fairly looked better, and I mean, yeah, she looked good. But then when they actually did a later one with Yakid K, I was going, but she looks really cute too. Why the fuck did you not? What is wrong with you guys? Why did you decide you had to have a model lip syncing, for fuck's sake? Yeah, Everybody Dance Now was another one that was just sampling. Yeah. And
it's a gay song now. It's just, gay anthem.
Oh yeah, but everything from friggin' Motown through to disco through to 80s, all dance music's always super gay. It always is.
I have an eclectic taste for music. You know, I
Yeah.
like everything from Enya to to AC/DC. You know, not so big into metal, full on metal. You know,
Yeah.
the screaming.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of screamo, and I also love that any young people today don't like the metal stuff where they're screaming to be called screamo, so I call it screamo just to upset them.
Yeah. I don't know what it's called. There's a kind of like hard rock. It's like, you know,
yeah,
just, you know, that's like, yeah, that's not my thing.
Back in the 80s, 90s, it was death metal, and there's been various permutations since then. And even like I listen to Triple J. Triple J will still play things. So no, Pat didn't disappear because of crap internet. He was swiping left on the online app for hitmen, and he's got a job. Black Box was right. Okay, sorry. Black Box was right on time. Technotronic was different. Like I think they had Philly lip syncing for. I think it's literally called "This Beat Is Technotronic." But yeah, no. You were absolutely right. Black Box was right on time, which was the really famous one where it was and yeah, I remember explaining to a housemate, no one's singing that. They sung one note, and then someone's put it into a sampling keyboard. Yeah, Milli Vanilli was the most outrageous one. I think there was even white people were singing the Milli Vanilli things, and those two guys, they were French models. They were from one of the former French colonies. A couple of dark-skinned guys from a French colony.
I just had
Black Box got sued by the person they sampled. Well, fair,
yeah,
honestly.
It's going to sound horrible, and it's not meant to be horrible. But do you remember? Do you remember the Dick Tracy movie?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember Mumbles?
Yeah. Well, what's his name?
Dustin Hoffman.
Dustin Hoffman. Yes.
Yeah, and you know, and you sort of got the lady with the little, you know, sternograph thing.
Yeah.
And she's like, you know, because he just like, and the thing is, I just had this horrible idea of like, you know, the Sweat Right with Pat thing. And it's like, if he ever gets caught by the police, they won't understand anything of what he's saying. It'll be like mumbles.
Yeah, he needs a translator. It's like, yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think like that's how he keeps getting away with it, because the police let him go. They're just like, yeah, you know what? I'm done. Yeah, just go, mate. Just go. And he's just going, but I'm telling you. And just like, no, just go. Were the Milli Vanilli guys German? Well, you know, Europe. It's like, what the hell? Oh, okay. Fun fact. Boney M. I found out not that long ago, the dude in the Boney M stuff was not singing the tracks. He was literally for the videos. Someone else actually sang the vocals on that.
What about Daddy Cool?
What about Daddy Cool? Also, the most recent series of Black Mirror had a very funny thing where a young Indian English lass was watching a Boney M clip and getting somewhat entranced by the dude, and then when she accidentally summons a demon, he appears in something that, like, he scanned her brain, something that she'd find appealing, and he looks like the guy from Boney M, like, because apparently you saw this recently and you liked it. It's like,
I actually, Boney M is about the most I can take out of the 70s.
Yeah, I know you get with the, like, recently I do love the music apps. Like, people use Spotify. I don't use Spotify. I got YouTube Premium because I was sick of ads on YouTube, and then the unexpected bonus was YouTube Music. So I do love the things where you choose one song, you just go, oh, you know what I haven't heard in a while? And you look up a song and play it. And then it generates an entire playlist behind that of this is stuff that's kind of like the thing you asked for. And it's fun on road trips and stuff. Just like, I'm going to start with one song and let it auto-generate a thing. Sometimes I'll pick one of my favorite 80s ones. Sometimes it'll be a modern one. But I really enjoyed on a recent road trip with Mrs. Ancre, I started with like a Motown song. Just start with a really famous Motown song, and like from the 50s, 60s. And then it auto-generates this whole Motown playlist, which is really good.
Yeah, I've got an 80s one that is generated. I think I've got about 2 different ones because I just like listening to certain songs. It's like, oh, I like listening to that, and then it follows another one, another one, another one. You know, I've got all sorts of things in it. Yeah,
I love those auto playlists. So strictly speaking, Spotify. Yeah, Safa, because I get Prime Video. They keep sending me emails saying you're not using Amazon Music, and I go, no, I'm fucking not, because if I go with the default thing, you'll put ads in it, and because I'm paying for YouTube Premium, I don't get ads. And they keep sending things. Oh, we'll give you a 3-month free trial, ad free, and then when I go, yeah, I don't need it because I've got it with YouTube Music. So it's just a good thing. And I do love those auto-generated playlists. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm really annoyed with YouTube at the moment because they've just gone and swapped the way that everything's positioned.
Oh, yeah?
And that's just annoying the hell out of me.
That's always happened oh my God, having been on YouTube since about a year after the site existed, every time they change something, I'm literally like, why the fuck did you do that? And they just keep doing it.
Do you know what? It's funny because I used to be sort of involved in quite a fairly reasonable sized atheist community using G+. And of course, if you remember, you had YouTube and then Google went and bought YouTube. So they decided that you had to merge, you had to create a Google account.
They did that about 5 years after they bought it. They didn't do it straight away because then they were trying to make Google Plus a thing. Okay, fun trivia from that because of weird fuckery, of course. So I'm Angry Aussie on YouTube, which meant it was linked to the email account angryaussie@gmail.com. And then just because of weird fucking shit with Google Plus when they were doing that and something went wrong. And so I actually use the email address it's angryaussie@gmail.com. That's linked to the Angry Aussie YouTube account. The email link to that is it's angryaussie@gmail.com. So theoretically, the angryaussie@gmail.com still works. I have no fucking idea what password is on that. It's not linked to my YouTube account. So it's just like, and that was all because of the Google Plus fuckery. They did some weird shit. Okay.
So what happened for the community I was in? So then they decided that they would remove that link. And when they did, so previously, because obviously everyone's got different YouTube channels and they're uploading stuff here and there, and you might comment on a YouTube video, but you also then you're in G+ talking about other stuff involved with it and so on. Well, so what would happen was you could start typing in their YouTube handle and it would find it because they were connected with G+, and suddenly you can't. So you've got to start going through and finding them, create circles for them so that you could, So it's like when they put them together, people complain. When they split them apart, people complained. It was always a, well, I don't really like this thing, but I got used to it now, and now you're going to change it again. How dare you?
Yeah. But they're always changing shit and they're always ditching stuff, and it's extremely frustrating.
Yeah,
So
I'm
conversation
actually
happening in the chat. Isn't
I'm-
Amazon Music included? The Amazon Music that's included with Prime has ads, and they want you to pay extra to have it without ads. So it's no, I don't want ads. And YouTube Premium includes YouTube Music for free, and that's no ads on YouTube and no ads on YouTube Music. The G Plus was one of Google's multiple failed attempts at a social media platform. It wasn't their only one, but they failed a couple times. Which is sad. I think they should have another attempt at it, honestly. Because it's stunning to watch Elon Musk destroy Twitter, something that was a unique place in the culture, and he's such a goddamn fucking moron. He's destroying it, and it absolutely does my head in. And they all try to start things, Blue Sky and Threads and shit, which I am registered on. I haven't even actually, you know what? I haven't looked at either of those in ages. Let me open them because I do have them on my phone. Okay, Blue Sky. What's happening on Blue Sky? Nothing. I haven't used it. Oh, you want me to sign in?
I don't even know what Blue Sky is.
Password for Blue Sky, Face ID. Yes, please, work. Right, that shit's not working. Fuck that. That was an idea I had. It's a Twitter competitor, and one of the people behind it was the guy who was in charge of Twitter.
Right.
Whatever the fuck that guy's name is. It's a whole thing. But and Threads is the Facebook Twitter clone, which also isn't working. But it's all too much. It's just like Twitter was absolutely unique, and fuckhead Elon Musk is just going out of his way to destroy it, and it's mind-boggling. Like, surely he's going to go down in history as one of the most pathetic, fucked up losers ever.
Yeah, I fully expect him to go bankrupt in about 5 years.
It's just like his behavior is destroying companies, and it's just like weird, insecure man-child. It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think the first trigger that the first thing that I saw with him that was just like, that guy's been triggered. What the fuck is wrong with him? That was that moment of like realization. Because before he wasn't on my radar. He was just some rich guy who did Tesla.
Yeah.
But it was when a bunch of kids got trapped in a cave
underground in Thailand. Yeah.
And they were looking at it, and he's like, "Yeah, well, we've got this thing, we've created this thing,
a little submarine thing."
When he said, "Yeah, that's really not going to be any use to us. It's too big," and he called the guy a paedophile, and it's like, what?
Yeah,
how dare you turn me down? I'm now going to call you a paedophile. What?
Yeah.
Where does that logic come in?
Yeah, no, he's a child. He's a fucking child.
Yeah.
Strictly Sega, I would count it. No, his companies are not doing okay. Tesla is propped up on an absolute lie, mainly that the self-driving thing works, and it doesn't. He does have satellite internet. Okay, I will admit I don't know the profitability or lack thereof of the Starlink stuff.
A lot of SpaceX is basically paid for by the US government.
Yeah. Tesla is just built on lies and hype. And of course,
but it's not just Tesla; it's the whole thing. You know, it's the Cybertruck, it's the e-semi or whatever they call it. You know, the Cybertruck's the sort of weird angle shaped thing that can chop people's fingers off, and the glass breaks when you throw a stone at it.
Rapidly different. And of course, he literally set $40 billion on fire for Twitter.
And it's worth half of the what it was.
SpaceX is NASA grants. Tesla is bullshit carbon trading. It's a house of cards that can only stay upright for so long.
And of course, when Tesla first came out, it was, cutting edge. It was at, at the front of electric cars. However, every manufacturer and their mum is now making them, and I say, and their mum, I'm kind of joking, but, we've now got telephone companies in China making electric cars now.
Yes. Strictly Sega, I have no idea how valid that is. I'm not going to say it's against it. But again, the good stuff about Tesla is also nothing to do with Elon Musk. It's got to do with he bought his way into all of these companies and acts as if he created them. And he didn't create any of them. He bought his way into all of them.
Yeah.
But Tesla is not a profitable and sustainable company. It's built on bullshit. And for more than a decade, he has been spouting Teslas would be fully autonomous in the next 18 months. And he's literally no closer now than he was 10 years ago. Because it turns out fully autonomous vehicles is an extremely complicated problem. But he's basically a liar and a grifter. And it's astonishing that he's maintained the grift for as long as he has. But it can't last forever because there is literally nothing behind these companies. They're built on lies. So, yeah. No, oh God, strictly Sega, I know you're not saying Elon Musk. Look, there is good technology in Tesla. There is good technology in SpaceX. None of it's anything to do with Elon Musk. And he's just a net negative. There was that brief window, 5 or so years ago, where everyone thought he was cool. And he managed to completely destroy that. Which, 5 or 10 years ago, there was this illusion that he was really cool. And he absolutely destroyed that. And yes, a loud car did just go by, Safa. You did hear.
Yeah. There's the whole SpaceX thing, is it really comes down to paying a private company. So NASA pays a private company to launch rockets. And that's better than having to go cap in hand to the Russians.
Yes. Yeah.
Because,
and
with America's political stuff going wrong with Russia, especially with Ukraine and things of that nature, it's like, okay, so the only reason that they weren't hard with Russia earlier on was because they needed, without them, there would be no ISS happening. They wouldn't be able to fly spacecraft up there to deliver supplies and crew.
Yeah. Strictly Sega, I'm going to have to disagree with you. This is just opinion, by the way. This is not right or wrong. I'm going to have to disagree with you. I don't think Twitter is making a comeback. I don't think it is the number one source of the world. All the vast majority of serious news outlets that used to use Twitter by default have left it because of the ridiculous fuckery of Musk, and it's just rife with weird fucking Nazis at the moment. And it's just like Musk just becomes more embarrassing day by day. If you want to see some really embarrassing shit, you watch the interview he did with Don Lemon, before he was so upset with being actually questioned that there was supposed to be a deal where he paid Don Lemon to put content on Twitter, and he withdrew the deal after this interview because Don Lemon are actually asking questions. And you see, like, Elon Musk is not capable of answering difficult questions. And if you want to read embarrassing shit, there was a deposition that was made public recently, where he's being sued for defamation because he promoted an absolutely false conspiracy theory, that this Jewish guy was a plant in a neo-Nazi thing. And it's just like Musk is an embarrassing, incompetent person. So yeah. ABC left Twitter. No more Twitter comments on Q&A. Of course not, because Twitter's just a fucking cesspool now. And look, I just know from the people I used to follow, the interesting writers, performers, actors, musicians, who they're just not on Twitter anymore because they're just like, this is shit. I still have, friends on Twitter, but the range of the interesting people in public life, whether they be, like writers, actors, directors, whatever, 80 to 90% of them left Twitter because they were just like, this is shit. And news outlets left Twitter. Yeah, strictly saying, you want to be very careful where you get those statistics from. I have no doubt you can get something that produces that statistic. Also, where people get their news generally is garbage. It's sad.
It's Fox News
people,
and One American News, whatever it's called. I can't remember now.
There's a couple of weird ones started up in the US that are so far to the right of Fox News. It's
we got something we nicknamed GBBs in the UK, GB News.
Yes.
And that's also really bad as well. Oh my God, did you catch the shit that happened last weekend with Biden made Trans Day of Visibility on the same day of Easter? How dare he? And
yes, that was pretty funny.
That made me laugh so much because, of course, Trans Day of Visibility is March the 31st.
Always on that date.
And it's always on that same date, and it has been for like years now. And Easter is the one that moved. And when I kind of got annoyed because even when you had like the normal media making fun of this issue, they kept saying that, Trans Day of Visibility fell on the same day as Easter, and it's the other way around.
Yeah.
That Easter fell on the same day as Trans Day of Visibility. But, to make the claim that Biden announces the data when it happens, no. It's, that's just nonsense. So, but it made me chuckle how, honestly, that they spent, Fox News spent like several days obsessing about this thing that isn't a thing anyway.
Yeah. But truth doesn't matter to them. It just doesn't matter.
No.
Okay, so I don't want to start a whole thing with you, Strictly Sega, but I'm literally looking up the Pew Research thing on where people get their news, and it isn't what you're saying. Actually, I'll share it on the screen because I can do that. Oops, no, what are we doing?
It's the other button. That's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do buttons. Okay. No, and I know you're not defending Musk. I absolutely know you're not defending Musk. What do we? Okay, so it's a bit bigger if I do this. So when I look at this, okay, so what they're saying,
You hit
this
control
platform
plus a
fact
couple
sheet,
of times.
they're saying like 60% of people get their news from a digital device, not from Twitter, from a digital device. 27% get it from TV, 6% radio, 5% print. And so they get it in different ways on their digital device. Half get sometimes news from social media. 3 in 10 say they get it from podcasts. So, but you see, most of it is actually from the news websites, not from social media broadly is 12%. News websites 25%. So most of it is from news websites. And all these little numbers there. Okay. But yeah, now we go to here. Most people get their news from digital platforms, but then like 25% of that's from news websites, 15% search, 12% social media, 6% podcasts. So yes, I'm not surprised a lot of people I get my news from, I probably get 80 to 90% of my news online. I don't watch TV news. I definitely don't listen to radio news. But yeah, I probably get the overwhelming majority of my news on digital devices, but it's mostly from news sites. And as that Pew Research thing said,
There's been a rather interesting one how Tory politician, science secretary, accused a university lecturer, university professor, of having extremist views and sympathy for Hamas.
yeah.
And he basically went and took her to court. And she got found liable, and the government have paid it. Not her. The government have paid it. So basically, we the taxpayers spent £34,000 to cover the cost of defamation.
Yeah.
Not her who did the defamation.
Yeah. So strictly Sega, again, I don't want to make a whole thing right wrong, but you're reading this article wrong. Also, and this is from a few years ago, saying 23% of Americans use Twitter. And 7 in 10 of Twitter users saying they get news on the site. So you were getting 70% of 23% use it. But also it's how I follow stuff on Twitter as well.
That was when I first learned about O.J. Simpson.
But only 7% of Twitter news consumers say have a great deal. So yes, I see headlines and breaking news on Twitter, but so it's not 7 in 10 Americans say they get news from Twitter. 23% use Twitter, and 7 in 10 of those get their news from there. So, but yes, I mean, okay, but to be fair, yes, I still use Twitter, and I will see news headlines and whatnot on there. But when I read stuff, I only have the banner for when I'm wrong on the internet, because I think that happens more often. I think it's more often that I'm wrong on the internet. Yeah, but in terms of seeing stuff on Twitter and seeing people reference it, yeah, I see stuff all the time. But like Twitter's not my news source. I go to news websites for stuff. But that's cool.
Oh, I've got a comical one. Political one. So there's a guy called Lee Anderson, who is a Northern MP, but he's just like a bigoted fuckbag. I think that's the best description really for him.
There's a few of them in parliaments, yes.
Yeah, he's a Tory. What can I tell you? Anyway, so and his nickname is 30p Lee because he claimed that people were saying about the cost of living crisis. Excuse me a second.
It's okay. Nothing coming up there. Okay, I just had this urge to make a rum old fashioned. I'm gonna do that. So okay, you finish your story. I'm going over here making a rum old fashioned.
So his nickname is 30p Lee because when the cost of living crisis thing was really biting, he said that you could feed a person for 30p, using certain things like beans and so on. It's like, and so he got this reputation, and he's just come out with some awful, horrible things. He's just one of those people. He's a lot like Trump. He just, stream of consciousness and just spews stuff out of his mouth.
Yeah.
He accused the mayor of London of being in the pocket of Muslim extremists.
Right.
The guy happens to be a Muslim mayor, a Labour Party Muslim mayor, and so but he made that claim, and for the first half a day after doing this, the government no, it's not racist to do that, and then by the end of the day, it's like, yeah, actually it is. And so, now, this is someone who, only a few years ago, was a nobody.
Yeah.
And then ended up, he'd become the chair, the chair or the deputy chair of the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was right at the top of the party. And all of a sudden, they don't really want him anymore. And so he ends up resigning and moving to Reform, which is a party of basically conservative bigots that think they can get some, maybe win a few seats by being more extremist.
Yeah.
It's it's a bit like how.
So I just want to say good night to Dr. Abigail if she hasn't already gone. So
yeah,
sleepy and sick. Good night.
Good night, Abigail. So it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so he has left the Conservative Party and defected to the Reform UK Party, which is what was the Brexit Party, which was a sort of let's get Brexit done. And now that we've left the EU, they have no other need for the Brexit Party means nothing anymore because we've already had Brexit, so therefore what's the point in you then? And so they renamed themselves the Reform Party. Yeah. And so the day after he defects, the leader of Reform UK, and I think he might have been in the BNP, but I might be wrong. So British fascist, basically.
Yes.
Ends up going on a open top bus tour of the of the constituency, and there's this wonderful picture, and I added the text on the bottom, and I love this.
Right.
It says crowds.
I'm pushing the wrong buttons.
Yeah.
Yes. There is not a lot of people there, is there?
Yeah. That's how popular he is. It's the guy on the left, by the way.
Good. It's really good.
And I don't know. Is it just me, or is it the bus driver got a hell of a lot of I don't know what you call it, really. His willpower is strong enough to not hit the brakes hard.
That would have to be tempting, honestly, because they would go catapulting if you jammed on the brakes.
Yeah. So I added this one. It's like, the whole crowd of one person that he saw on the street, maybe.
Yeah. That's giving me a vibe. I don't know if you remember in the presidential race that Trump won, where he got the Republican nomination. Everyone was saying it was going to be Jeb Bush. And there was that thing where Jeb Bush had a rally and the crowd was so lackluster. Jeb Bush went, "Please clap."
Yeah.
That's the vibe that thing gives me. I'm going on a tour and you're going like, the entire street's empty, dude. What the hell?
Well, before I, so that we can go on to sort of my happier stuff, I want to tell you the bad thing that's happened recently for me.
Okay.
So, if you remember, my mum disowned me because, I don't even know why exactly. It's because I upset her by challenging her. Yeah, that was basically it. The short version is it was the day before Mother's Day, and I wanted to go down and give her a gift and the birthday present from the month before. Yeah. And she made excuses, and I said, "Well, how about I mail them to you?" And well, that's not fair on that's not fair on you, and I don't want to be unfair. And I said, "Well, you kind of are being." And then she just, you know what? Don't bother coming round. Just consider me dead.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
And I was angry.
Yes.
I was really, really angry. And so I went down and I told her that she doesn't get to choose that I consider her dead. If I said, like, if you want to consider me dead, that's up to you. But you don't tell me how I should feel, how I should think.
Yeah.
And other bits and bobs was said. And I had to tell her, that just because I didn't turn out the way you expected doesn't mean to say you failed as a parent. But if you choose not to accept me for who I am, then you'll fail as a parent. And she's like, "Well, I failed as a parent then." That defiance was what I learned from her. And that was the reason why I was there, because she told me I should consider her dead. You know what I mean? So, anyway, so then she said she wanted nothing more to do with me, and I left. And that was basically it. That's the short version. Bit more complicated, but that was basically it.
Yeah.
Well, afterwards, it kind of left me, obviously, I was upset. But it actually was a bit easier for me because I'd spent the previous couple of months since I'd come out and said, right, I'm going to transition.
Yeah.
So December, I decided to transition. I told her I was going to transition. This happened at the end of March. So, we're only talking a couple of months kind of territory.
Yeah.
And sometimes she'd sort of give indications that she was going to be accepting, and then another one she was very much against it, and I didn't know where I was. And every time I said something, it's like she could, if she was in a mood that she wanted to take offense, she could just seize upon that and use it against me. Yeah. And so I was like walking on eggshells, scared that I might say the wrong thing that would get her to push against me, rather than embrace me, basically. So it actually made things easier for me when she disowned me, because it's like, okay, well, the ball's now in her court.
Yeah.
Whether she wants a relationship with me is now up to her. It's if I push towards her, it's just a reason for her to push or get away and reject me again.
Yeah.
So, well, on Saturday, I went and I called her,
Okay.
and it didn't go very well. So so it turns out she's got cancer.
Oof. Okay.
Her voice was kind of raspy, and she said she had treatment. So I'm guessing it's esophageal cancer or throat cancer or something of that nature. She's had treatment. All I know is that she's had treatment, and they're still waiting for the results. I'm guessing because, have you beaten it? Don't know yet. So she basically told me it was too late. That I left it too long. And I was the one waiting for her because she's the one that rejected me.
Yeah.
I started off with, "I'm sorry we fought."
Yeah.
I thought, well, let's hand out kind of, and it was snatched away straight away. It's too late. And, and weirdly, trying to make a long conversation, about 20 minutes, very short, that I'd hurt her. And I said, "Yeah, but you hurt me. Does that make us even?" "Yes, it does." And it's like, my brain's now thinking, pretty sure isn't supposed to be a competition between you and your kids.
Yeah.
On who's the most hurt or who's the most strong, or she said that she'd given me stuff when I needed it and stuff like that, and sort of like say afterwards is thinking, that's your fucking job. That's what parents do for their kids.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Quite
She
honestly.
accused me of ripping her off. Because there were times when I needed help.
Yeah.
So now, like I say, it's upsetting, but I have, when she disowned me, I cried.
Yeah, of course.
But this time I haven't cried. I mean, I was upset. I was like a bit shaky. My hands were like shaking a bit because I was sort of a combination of upset and cross.
Yes. It's an intense feeling. Yes.
Yeah, and of course, and the weird thing about it is, I don't know. They say time is a healer, and not only that. Often when people get cancer or something like that, and they're looking at death, they tend to be a bit more circumspective, and sort of have a look at themselves and think, well, the things I could have done better, or that kind of thing. No, my mum's become harder,
Yeah.
So so like I say, now I'm in the position where, if you think of it in like, imagine we live in the houses next door to each other, and we had a communal door from one house to the other, and that door has been shut.
Yeah.
I've been hoping that one day that door might be unlocked and it being used again.
Yeah.
And now I know that that's almost certainly never going to happen. And so now I can now use that space at the door to put the piano or something, and bookcase or something, because it's not going to get used. So like it's not like I'm blocking the way, because it's never going to get used anyway. So it's pretty sad, really.
Yeah, no, it is. And I see Strictly Sega empathizing. Used to fight with his mum, but misses her. Yeah, and I'm dealing with a thing with my offspring having problems with their mum at the moment, and it's like, so I'm just trying to be supportive to them and not be too active a part. But yeah, parents, I mean, it's a whole thing. Parents, it's so easy to fuck things up.
The bizarre thing is, so I think I've told you before, my parents got divorced when I was 6 because my father used to beat her up when he got drunk.
Which is not good, yeah.
He was quite a mean guy, but over the last couple of years, he's recognised that he was a bit of a dude. He was a dick, and that he's reconciled with the past and like, what, I could have done things a lot better.
Yeah.
So he's mellowed out a lot. You know,
Yeah.
used to have a really mean sense of humor. You know,
Right.
well,
Yes.
so like teasing people was a part of his repertoire.
Oh, yeah, the people who think that's a good thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But like I say, he's recognised that, you know, yeah, he was a dick back in the day, and that, you know, he's come to terms with that and accepted, you know, what that really wasn't a good way to be. Now, like I say, when they divorced, I lived with my mum.
Yeah.
I had Asperger's, I had problems, didn't realise what it all was. I just knew that I didn't deal well with people. I got kicked out of Germany. I know that sounds a weird way to describe it, but that's almost literally it. With my mum and stepdad and me were living in Germany on a military base. And I got into trouble at school, and it was like, right, you got 24 hours to get out of the country, you get kicked out of the Air Force. I was a him in those days.
Yeah.
And ended up living with my grandma for 6 months, and then with my father for about 4.5, 5 months. I can't even remember how long. It wasn't very long.
Yeah.
And the reason was that, you know, I was really struggling with a new group of people and things like that. And, you know, different rules that were different and harder. And he had this horrible sense of humor, and, you know, and just to give you an idea of how bad it was, I ended up the last straw territory was I'd had a massive row or something. I'd broken in my bedroom. I had like a cabinet thing with some glass in it. I'd broken the glass, and I ended up cutting myself with it on my wrist. It was a very small cut. It wasn't anything really. There's not even I don't even see a scratch or anything. It was just a stupid one-off kind of stupid moment. And like I say, it hurt a little bit. And it's like, yeah, this isn't a good idea. And so I stopped. But, you know, it was, his response to that was, if you were serious, you should have gone up the arm.
Oh, well, people say that shit. Fuck. You're not the only one to tell me that. But Jesus.
Yeah. And I was 12.
Jesus fucking Christ. People. See, people wonder. Everyone wonders why I hate people. It's just, fuck people. People do all this shit. Honestly.
And this is my father.
Yeah.
You know, so it was just, you know, it was just, you know, it was a confusing time. Anyway, after that, I ended up in the children's home.
Oof.
I was there for about maybe 3 months or so. I can't remember. It seemed like a long time, but I was a kid, and you know, a year is ages. So you know, it could have only been 4 months.
As a percentage of your life,
yeah. My mum would phone up every week to speak to me, and for 5 weeks she was told I was out playing.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay.
And I was in a children's home. So, you know.
Sorry.
From
Strictly Sega. You got thrown out of Germany because you had too much humor, and the Germans were jealous.
Yeah. Apparently, the Germans do have a sense of humor. They're a lot like the British. They like fart jokes and bodily function jokes.
Yeah. No, it's a silly stereotype. The Germans are as artistic, cultured, humorous as anyone else. But it's kind of fun. I even remember doing it to someone in a job years ago. She was actually Canadian, but her heritage was German. And it was like, you do the standard thing where you're in a workplace. What did you do at the weekend? And she said, I went to the Goethe Institute. It's the German Museum of Culture. And I went, oh, was it in a broom cupboard? And she didn't take it well. I'm sorry, you fed me such a straight line that you went to the German Museum of Culture, and I just couldn't resist. I was just like, that's just, you can't feed me straight lines like that and expect me not to go for it. And yes, Safa beer jokes with Germans as well. Definitely.
Yeah, beer jokes. I wonder if there's a version. I wonder if Zeg meinen Finger, pull my finger is a joke.
Yeah.
Is a thing Germany, I don't know. But anyway, so, well, obviously, with that baggage in my head of back then,
Yeah.
my relationship with my father is much better than it's ever been. He accepts me for who I am. He's been,
Well, that's good.
yeah. I mean, I think after maybe the third call I had with him, I think we would. He sent me something over email or something like that. Might have been some music or something to look for.
Yeah.
And and I sort of said, you haven't called me Laura yet. I wonder if do you think you would be able to do that? And the next time he's always called me Laura ever since.
Oh, that's nice.
So,
that feels like he's trying to grow, that he's trying to learn.
Yeah.
Which
and it's
not
actually,
always easy.
and it's actually something that I've sort of had to explain to people recently about, there are times because, with the karate thing, oh God, it's so awful because I look like a bloke. I hate it, So there's no makeup and I can't have my hair down because it just gets in your face all the time. So I've got it in a high ponytail. And as a result, I look like a guy, with a white gi on like everybody else. I look like a guy. The only way to separate it is to like paint my nails or something, It's very difficult to look girly, and so, but anyway, one of the people, he has the habit of saying, how can I help you, sir? Or something like that. And he sort of said it to me a couple of times. You kind of, and then he snatches it back and said, sorry, how can I help you? And you can tell that he's like, he could see me wince at you called me, sir, and it's actually quite, I don't take offense, it hurts a bit, but I don't take offense because my approach to, someone accidentally misgenders you, are they doing it deliberately? Because it all comes down to intent. Are you intending to insult me? If the answer is no, then don't get insulted. Don't take it on as in you're being insulted. Thank you, Sahir.
I'm just throwing out Strictly saying he thinks you look upper class as well. So there you go.
Oh, that's because I dress nicely.
Yeah, you do. You dress very nicely.
Yeah, actually, you know what? My mum disowned me, and the next thing I did was buy a new frock. So,
which honestly, great way to deal with it. I think that's a really positive thing there.
Yeah.
So.
And the next thing I did was play a couple of songs, and one is the Sophie B. Hawkins, I'm Better Off Without You.
Ooh, yeah, okay, yep.
I'm really doing fine. My whole life was about you, and now I'm finding mine. Now, weirdly, it's actually talking about an ex-girlfriend who took a friend to bed, and that was their relationship ending. But elements of it fit my, feelings at the moment.
I see that.
And then the next one is Annie Lennox, Little Bird.
Ah, yes.
And Mama, we reap what we sow. They always said that you knew best. But this little bird's fallen out of that nest now. I got a feeling that I might have been blessed, so I've got to put these wings to test.
I got a big soft spot for Annie Lennox, definitely.
Yeah, I can sing Annie Lennox quite well, although I get quite anxious doing it on a camera.
Yeah, although I also do remember she did drag, as in she was being a drag king in the American Music Awards. One point when the single they had that won the award was "Who's That Girl," and she went up on stage to accept an award with makeup that made her look very masculine, and people didn't know who the fuck it was who was on the stage accepting the award. So I've always been a fan of how transgressive she was. Just challenging various things. Also, Strictly Sega. I agree with you. Strictly Sega was saying stuff about American right-wing comedians suck. Today, they do, but not that long ago. There was a thing called the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. Now, the big mainstream names were Jeff Foxworthy, who had the thing, you might be a redneck if, whatnot. And also on the tour was Larry the Cable Guy. But there were 4 guys on the tour, and one of them, who's an extremely funny comedian, his name's Ron White, and he is a conservative. But you go back and look at stuff he was doing, this was like 10 years ago. Our current conservative comedian would not have the guts to do the stuff Ron White was doing 10, 15 years ago. Because he was literally doing like, everyone's a little bit gay. Can you please? Because he had a whole thing with, I don't understand homophobia. Okay. What the fuck are you worried about? And there's this whole thing where he said to his friend, like, okay, because his friend's really homophobic, and it's just like, okay, dude, it's a spectrum, okay? Everyone's somewhere on the thing. And he goes, no, he goes, okay. He says to his friend, do you watch porn? He goes, hell yeah, I watch porn. I'm a red-blooded man. He goes, cool. Do you only watch lesbian porn? No, I want to see fucking, I'm going to see fucking thing. Okay, so there are guys in the porn that, are their penises like flaccid in the porn? No, I want to see big hard dicks in. Oh wow! Okay.
Do you know what?
He's going to friend go, oh, I didn't know that about myself.
Do you know what? I remember not that long ago there was an analogy of this. Yeah. Drug and sex orgies in your house.
Hey, Celtic, you're up late. You're joining us late, buddy. Yeah, it's Friday night, though. We're still here at midnight. So, yeah, no, they don't make fucking jokes now. They all suck. Anyone who identifies as a conservative comedian now fucking sucks. But yeah, and again, yeah, like Ron White was lit. And even Jeff Foxworthy and Larry the Cable Guy were making fun of themselves. And these days, they just fucking suck. They're terrible. Oh, my God. Thank you, Celtic. I always appreciate every time you throw out the appreciation for the shirts. This is another one of my bowling shirt style ones. Celtic always throws in, I like the shirt, and I always appreciate the appreciation. So
when I first saw, because you were in the background and you're moving towards, I was like, what is that on the shirt? Is it like a badge or something? Oh no, it's
a martini.
I thought it was like an eagle, like a flight, like a captain of an aeroplane or something. They wear the little wing.
Yeah, a little badge.
I thought it was a bit of something like that in the distance.
But that's what, like Sarpa was saying earlier, these are the colours of a Melbourne football team, Essendon, red and black. And I have another shirt very similar to this. It doesn't have these stripes here, but it's like black and it has this red stripe. And the martini motif is actually more subtle. The Essendon are the Essendon Bombers. So they have this stylized fighter bomber jet on the thing. So on this other one where the martini motif's a bit more subtle, it even looks a bit like it might be the Essendon Football Club logo. So I've like worn that to work like during footy final season, and people think I'm declaring myself an Essendon supporter, and I'm like, no, it's another cocktail shirt. Don't worry, I'm still wearing cocktail shirts. Yes, no, it's the bowling shirt style, the American Bowling League style. I have a few of these, which I quite like. And you know what? I think I'm due for another toilet paper. Oh God. Now I've just said martini so many times. I think I want to go and get my freezer martini and have a freezer. Ooh, and I've got a bottle that's just olive brine. Like, I don't like olives. So like when you make a dirty martini, it's usually the brine from a jar of olives. And it's like, I don't like olives. There are people who cater to people like me, like, oh no, here's a bottle, it's just olive brine to make dirty martinis. So
you know
I
what?
thought-
Kind of. I used to have a weird reputation at the local supermarket.
Yeah.
Before my transition, they used to call me the Pineapple Man.
Oh, okay.
Because I like pineapple on my pizza.
Yeah, okay.
When they were putting the pineapple on, they'd like dig at the bottom where the juice is.
Okay.
Because I want the juice in it, and it's all, you know, and that kind of thing. I like pineapple on pizza. You can hate me if you like, but I like what I like. You know, you don't have to eat it. I'll eat it all if you like. If you don't want any, I'll have it all. I'm happy that way. You can get your own pizza. I'll have mine with pineapple. Thank you. But yeah, you know, so like I say, they, you know, I had this weird reputation for, you know, some people hate pineapple, or sorry, lots of people hate pineapple on pizza. I don't know why, but you know, if you don't like it.
I think even the people who say it don't actually hate pineapple pizza. It's just become a thing to say.
Yeah. But you know, it's I don't know why there's a controversy. There doesn't need to be a controversy. It's just like, yeah, if you don't like it. I mean, my friend doesn't like pineapple pizza on their pizza, and so when it comes to you know, New Year, if they come to visit, then we have pizza, and I don't have pineapple on that one.
Yeah,
I can have a pizza that doesn't have pineapple on for a time.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable.
I don't know why it's a controversy.
Oh, like I said, I honestly think the people who make a big thing don't even really think it. It's just become a cliche that people.
It's a meme, isn't it? It's almost a meme.
It's a meme. It's just a meme. I don't think the people really feel it. It's just a meme.
Mm.
But I'm gonna do another toilet break. It's like midnight. Been going 4 hours now. I'm gonna get my freezer martini out. I still have queued up I think I do. Do I? Yeah, I still have the AZ video queued up. I think I'm gonna play that for a couple of minutes while I disappear. Where is it? Okay. Pay no attention to the fact that's my noggin. That'll disappear in literally 1 second. I just had it queued up. But I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes. We'll have AZ on for a couple of minutes.
I have been in 66 hospitalised dangerous situations. I've nearly died 26 times. I have been actually dead 4 times. I'm the best looking zombie I know. And I've thought about this through, you know, and people ask me, oh, you died during your whole hospitalisation. What was being dead like? And it's like, it's nothing, it's blink, blink for me. And so essentially I wondered to myself what this was all about. And I met death. And you expect, you know, you read Terry Pratchett, you expect death to sound like, it is time. When in fact, death sounds like, yeah? What the fuck is it? It's disappointing to find out that death is a whinging junkie. But apt, because death is a nothing, it's an absence, it's a vacancy, it's a cold, nowhere place. Life is noisy and hot and messy and sexual and complicated and fucking really very tormented and loud. Life is everything that death can never be. So if you've ever been alive, I mean, I'm not talking about afterlife, I have no fucking idea, and wouldn't pretend to. If you've ever been alive, you've beaten death. You've been everything, if you've drawn breath 1 time, you've been everything that death can never be. And so I say, fuck death. And people say, you can't taunt death. Yes, you fucking can. Whinging junkie shit. Fucking fuck death and the bony fucking horse that drove in on. Fucking get a motorbike, you slack prick. Update. And have nothing to do with it because it's a nowhere and nothing. Be alive. I used to be superstitious about tempting death. And then I And then I got into so much misadventure and so much real close work with death, that I was starting to continually come back around to these really close run things where either blind pure luck or really basic decisions, left, right, black, white, black, red, ace, jack decisions were saving my ass. And I started to realize it was all very arbitrary, and I started to get injured a lot, and I started to get diseased a lot. And then I started to realize that death is coming for all of us. Now, if you want to believe in an afterlife, or if you don't want to believe in an afterlife, either way, we're all going to die. And whatever that is going to be is more than death can be. You've been alive, and because you've been alive, you've been loud and noisy, and you've felt the blood rushing through your veins, and you've felt that essence of being alive. That's more than death can ever be. Death is a cold, nowhere, nothingness. And death can't compete with life. If you've ever been alive, you've beaten death. So yeah, we're all going to die, but it'll turn up when it turns up. It'll show up at the time that it shows up, and there's bugger all you can do about it. And you can just keep on dodging the barrels as they come on down. Just keep on jumping and do the best you can, and you'll be fine. One day you'll miss, but that's about it. And yeah, don't be worried about being superstitious about death, because fuck death. It's you are more than death can ever be. So just take heart in that and enjoy your life while you've got it, because otherwise you're missing out. My name is.
Otherwise, what's the point in being in?
Fucking immortal. Thank you.
I forgot there was that little bit at the end. Mm. Yeah, it's kind of weird to see a dead person talking about death, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's in many ways reassuring and comforting, but in other ways it's weird.
Have you ever seen Red Dwarf?
Oh yes.
And there's the one where I just watched you die, and he's got a baseball bat, and it's like you can't beat death with a baseball bat, kind of territory.
Mm.
I'm going down fighting. He kind of says, and again it was a bit that circumspection with AIDSy. I mean, geez, how many times did he nearly die? I've forgotten now.
It depends how you define it. Somewhere between 4 and 10 times.
So basically, poked him fingers in his eyes, kicked him in the nuts, etc., and basically ran out of places to attack. Death got him in the end.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Strictly saying, not superstitious, but maybe a little stitious, just not superstitious.
Yeah. Do you know what? When I was listening to that, I was reminded of. Do you remember the movie Pleasantville?
Yes, I do actually.
If you watch the DVD, I don't know if it's available in some other format, but the commentary, one of the commentary channels, one of the audio channels has the commentary. And in it, at the end, it's the bit where he's wiping the tears off his mum. He's like, I look like a mess. It's like, I look awful. You look great. It's like, I certainly don't look great, whatever. And, it's not supposed to be like this. And, he says it's not supposed to be anything, Well, the commentary on going immediately after that, and he says, life isn't tidy, life isn't neat, and life doesn't follow rules. And that's the good news. and what makes life wonderful and beautiful and open and exciting and thrilling and confusing and scary and dangerous and all and lovely and all those things at once. I thought that was quite a profound little statement.
Definitely.
Yeah. And do you know what? You know, I told you about how, you know, my mum isn't accepting me, but you know what? I can't let that stop me. No, I can't sacrifice my happiness for someone else's comfort. You know, I didn't say it to her, but you know, I did it for 19 years. I was worried she would reject me for 19 years, which is the reason why I didn't transition.
Yeah.
And now that, you know, and I have sort of a bit of a regret, which is, you know, I gave up my youth and my prettiness to, you know, I mean, I lost my hair. You know, I didn't lose all of it, but, you know, loads grown back. You can see how much has grown back.
Yeah.
But, you know, I would have had a full head of hair. And I would have had my youth and all that kind of stuff, you know, and things wouldn't have been quite as vicious, and I would have been able just to live my life and stuff like that. A lot for another decade or you know, and a half maybe. You know, but I put that off because I was afraid that my mum would get upset. And like I say, now it's like I kind of wish I hadn't done that now. I wish I'd have just done it back then. But of course, hindsight is 20/20, as they say. So
yeah.
But I can't focus on what if I'd done this, what if I'd done that. I can only go with what I did, and I don't really have any regrets in my life. I really don't. You know, ironically, I only have one regret in my life, and it's a transitioning type of thing. When I was 15, I borrowed some of my mum's skirts. It got noticed, and there was a family discussion. And it was like, "Why'd you do it?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "You must know." And I looked at my feet, and I said nothing. And then she just blurted out, "What, do you want to be a girl or something?"
Yeah.
And I paused, and I said, "No." But in my head, I was thinking, yes, I think. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't know. I was 15, you know. It wasn't for another decade before I got the internet at home that I even discovered what trans was. You know, because they hid it away from when I was growing up, because we had something called Section 28, which was Margaret Thatcher's government. Basically, it was a whiplash effect to the AIDS crisis. And we need to protect children from catching the gay by learning about it.
Yeah.
It was a weird way of thinking, but you know, that's the way they thought then. And so so they hid it. They basically said, right, schools, local authorities aren't allowed to promote homosexuality in any way. And it meant that, you know, well, this is the kind of thing that they would teach you know, high school kids, you know, sort of like 14, 15, 16 kind of an age, of this is what you'd learn in sex ed class. You know, but they didn't show it. You know, the year before, Section 28 happened in 1988, and the year following that is the year that I would have been doing sex ed class. So, you know, it was something that was hidden from me. So I didn't even know what trans was until I was 25. You know, my idea of what trans was like guys in, you know, in beards with hairy legs and fishnet stockings or something, some kind of, you know, something out of Rocky Horror Picture Show or something.
Yeah.
That wasn't
it. I remember all the Clause 28 protests. All the pop stars doing stuff against it. But again, the Thatcher regime did things like you weren't allowed to say anything vaguely supportive of Irish nationalism either. It was illegal. And it was just like, and the whole thing about not promoting homosexuality was like, you weren't allowed to, it meant you weren't allowed to say homosexuality is a thing. It's just, that's a thing that exists. And Safa rightly points out, It's like what modern Russia is with the insane bigotry and whatnot.
Yeah. You know, they're trying to hide it so people can't become gay. And the thing is, some people are gay. That's it. And the thing is, you know, the transphobes made me laugh because they're like, oh, if you teach children that trans exists, then they might think that they're trans.
Yeah.
Because they're tomboys or something. And the thing is, how many people have watched gay characters and, you know, drag show or whatever on TV, and they're not gay, they're not trans? Amazing.
Yeah.
They managed to see things that were very gay or very trans and didn't become gay or trans.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that conservative argument against not even celebrating deviations from the cishet mainstream, just acknowledging the existence is regarded as a terrible crime. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'd say this is the most, you know, I'm like the cishet white dude, like everything's going my way, and it's just like I have so much trouble understanding the level of insecurity required to say, no, you can't even mention these things. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't, it's just like, what are you worried about? It's like, I'm trying to remember the term someone used, but there's a comedian saying, like, when the conservatives are saying, like, you're essentially not allowed to even mention anyone being gay, trans, whatever. They're not homophobic. They're not scared. They're oh, that's right. They called them homochondriacs, as like hypochondriacs. Like they're pretty sure they might be gay, and they're trying to repress it. So they're not homophobic; they're homochondriacs. It's just like,
well,
wow,
my country,
maybe just get therapy. I don't know.
My country's gone up, unfortunately, a transphobic rabbit hole now.
It is.
There was a report that came out a couple of days ago called the CAS, the CAS finding report, and effectively, it was trying to claim. It's made the claim that there's not enough evidence to say whether puberty blockers are bad for children. To give trans children puberty blockers, which all it does is stop puberty.
Yes,
it gives them time enough to be able to figure out who they are, what they want, and when they get to 16, if they still feel like that, then they can go on to HRT of whatever form it might be, whether it's male to female or female to male. And one of the things that causes dysphoria for me is my voice. Although I've got a softer voice than I used to have, and you've heard my old voice, it's I still struggle because I hear the bassiness in it, and it's you sound like a man is what pops through my head all the damn time.
Yeah.
So it's a real challenge, but so when you go through puberty, that's when your voice drops.
Yes.
I actually feel really sorry for Jewish kids because when they go through their bar mitzvah, it's often at that time. And so
they've got to do the singing of the thing.
Yeah, with a voice that's sort of heartbreaking, and it's just like, oh my God, that must be so traumatic for them, you know? But
traumatic.
Yeah. But anyway, so the CAS report has effectively said, that it's, there's not enough evidence to say that it isn't dangerous. Now, bear in mind, not enough evidence to say that it is dangerous. The problem is, what they did was they discounted all the ones that said it was fine and it was good and it worked.
Yeah.
And the justification for that, and you're going to love this, is because there weren't any double-blind testing done. And it's like, how can you do double-blind testing on trans stuff? Effectively, let's imagine, I'm just going to use me as an example, okay? If it didn't give me boobs, they're not working.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
short version.
I was confused by that thing because the report was basically there's no, they're saying there's not conclusive evidence that it's a net positive, and it's going, yeah, but there's also, you've got no evidence that it's negative, and why does that lead you to take the automatic negative position? I've already had someone, like, as I was saying, I was just sharing the post on Facebook of, J.K. Rowling gets a lot of hate, but I still think it's not enough. And, and at this turfy account replied with, "Oh, typical male misogynist." I looked, and it's a Facebook page that has a really fucking huge following, and it's just like, well, she could stop being so hateful. And this person, I forget what they said, but they literally launched into, that report proves conclusively that it's not real. And I was like, okay, on top of everything else, that report absolutely did not prove anything. That's like their actual wording is, there's not conclusive evidence for things. But the TERFs have just latched on to, okay, it's definitely wrong to support trans youth because, and they just state it as an irrefutable fact, when the report absolutely, definitely does not say that. And it was just like, fuck me. Okay.
Yeah, and and like I said, the hyperbole that's promoted by the transphobes, especially politicians, is this idea that child goes to see doctor says, right, yeah, great, here's puberty blockers, here's hormones, here's sex change next year or next week, and it's like, no. And the thing about it is that if you look elsewhere in the world where puberty, even America, where they hate trans people already, but even in America, it's pretty normal to give kids puberty blockers and hormones when they reach 16 or anything, that kind of thing. But one of the things that they are effectively saying is that kids. One of the things that is on there also is that children's brains aren't fully developed until they're 25. And that comes from a study in the 1950s, which talked about, it was I think it was a psychology paper, talking about, adolescent maturity, and that kind of thing. And it only went up to 25. And, the thing about it is, when you stop at 25 and you're not looking about, does it develop after that? All it's showing is that people's brains develop as you get older. It doesn't mean you become able to get your head around, it doesn't mean that you are, it's Gallic competence, as it's called, that, are you able to make proper reasoned decisions about your life if you're 16?
Yeah. If
you're 15, what happens if you end up having a sexual relationship with someone at your age 15? Can you get an abortion? Are you able to make that decision about such things? And so on. Are you able to decide to take the pill? Are you able to decide that you're going to get, some kind of, treatment done of whatever kind? And do you need your parents' permission to be able to do these things? And of course, there's plenty of evidence showing that, if you require parents to give their permission, they'll often say no, and that can screw up someone's life, including, I'll just give you a simple example. Jehovah's Witnesses who don't allow blood transfers.
Yeah. Yes, often parents make extraordinarily bad decisions.
So they're looking to undo that. So it's like, okay, well, if you're going to say that trans people shouldn't be allowed to transition till they're 25, all because of a paper that only went up to the age of 25, and if you think about it, if brains are developing all the way through your life, and let's go with the spectrum, okay? So the start of your life and the end of your life. And what happens is you start off and you grow in your ability to function, and understand things. And as you get towards the end of your life, it kind of drops down. So that by that same logic, should we start saying that people who are maybe, 75 onwards, 70 onwards, that shouldn't be allowed to do all sorts of things? Shouldn't be allowed to vote? Unfortunately, this very realistic proposal because that would kind of screw up the House of Lords.
Yeah. Well, okay. I really just think maybe selective use of napalm's the only thing that would fix the House of Lords, but or even not selective, just wholesale. Sorry, just thinking the socks thing. Dr. Abigail shagged the girl who kept the socks on. Zazuma thing. Okay, I definitely wouldn't know that. Strictly Sega saw a 70s porno where they had their socks on, and there was even a fake voiceover that questioned why they had their socks on.
Actually, I understand that it's a slightly more interesting experience apparently with socks on.
Well, Dr. Abigail's going, sex with socks on's weird unless she's hot. Hot people can get away with a whole bunch of things. I
was thinking about the static. Basically, it means you've got an electric experience.
Okay, well, that depends what fabric the socks are made out of. So, yeah.
Well, I was just making a silly joke out of, static.
Oh, am I? I'm just rolling.
Electric, yeah.
No, I'm just rolling with it.
But, so the whole cast report thing, is just nuts. And of course, actually, I want to add another bit into that brain developing thing.
Yeah.
You learn stuff all the time. You learn new stuff all the time. It might even be learning, oh, I like that song.
Yeah.
Just a simple example. Oh, I like this food. I've never tried this before. I like it. And anybody whose brain isn't developing is dead.
Yeah, it's there are a disturbing number of things that are taken as, accepted wisdom. It's like, the whole thing about women over 30 not being fertile all stemmed from one absurdly flawed study that was extremely unscientific, but it got into the mainstream thinking, and it's fucking weird.
I remember when I was at college, I did feminist psychology as a module of psychology. And yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I learned in that back in the sort of late 1800s, it was scientific proof that if women went to university, the blood would be going to their brains instead of their loins, and therefore they wouldn't be able to make babies, which of course is what women are for.
There is a theory that women couldn't go on trains because if they went over 35 miles per hour, it would do something devastating to their feminine parts and they wouldn't be able to have babies.
That sounds a bit like a conflation of the thing I was talking about, because there was the one, and it was the I think it was the 1840s or 1850s, where there was a worry that if you went over 60 miles an hour, you would suffocate because the air wouldn't be able to get into your lungs.
I'm seeing if I can find it. Doing a little internet search.
With one hand. That's impressive.
Here you go. I found it. Yeah, experts believe women's bodies weren't fit to travel at 50 miles per hour. Our uteruses would fly out of our bodies if the train was that fast. Weird shit.
Yes, that wasn't a scientific theory. That was a hypothesis that was obviously completely wrong.
Which someone, speaking of internal organs flying out, I think someone just pulled that out of their ass. It was just...
Yeah.
sort of thing. So trains, women couldn't be a thing. Oh yes, women couldn't be in the military. Women weren't allowed to smoke. Oh yeah, running marathons, and that's a relatively recent one. Like into the 1970s. There's a really famous photo of a woman trying to run in a marathon, and officials just like fucking tackling her, because women weren't allowed to run marathons. It's just,
I remember this now. Yes.
women weren't allowed. Yeah, women weren't allowed to get bank accounts and credit cards. But yeah, there's I forget who it was, but it's a really famous photo of a woman athlete just being tackled by, I think it was the New York Marathon, and it's like, wow. Do you remember women getting treated for hysteria? Some people have looked up what the treatments were in the 19th century, and it's like it appeared to be the doctors giving women orgasms in the surgery.
Yeah, I believe. Wasn't that where the dildo came from?
There are stories that various sort of therapeutic devices, were essentially sex toys, and that's how doctors treated hysteria.
Yeah, there was an ugly law in the US. Where was it? Yeah. Okay. From 1867 to 1974, various cities in the US had unsightly beggar ordinances, retroactively named ugly laws. These laws targeted poor people and disabled people. For instance, San Francisco law of 1867 deemed it illegal for any person who is diseased, maimed, mutilated, or deformed in any way, or so as to be an unsightly or a disgusting object, to expose himself or herself to public view.
Right. So I think Dr. Abigail has pinned out there's a woman called Catherine Sweetser. In 1967, she was the first woman to run the Boston Marathon as an officially registered competitor. During the run, the race manager assaulted her, trying to remove it. There's see if I can find the photos. Yeah, I found the photos. I'll share them. I thought it was the 70s. It was 67.
Not far off, though.
No, not far off. Wait a sec. Where are we? So these are the quite famous photos. Some official attacked her, was going to try and rip the number off her so she couldn't run. And you see another guy just like crashing into him. Yeah. She actually had friends in the marathon to stop them from stopping her. It's just like,
that's nuts.
It's absolutely nuts. But that was just, and even as recently as the 70s, it was extremely hard for women to get bank accounts or credit cards without their husband signing for it, saying, the women were competent to have them and the husband would cover it. And it's like,
yeah, it's crazy.
It's people are fucked up, and they come up with ridiculous arguments for the very. I do love the idea of women can't go on a train because the train would go too fast and their uterus would get dislodged. It's just like,
fly out. It would fly out.
And that was taken to at least a degree seriously. And it's like, I'm sorry, did we do the science? Did we actually do a test? It's a pretty straightforward test.
This is the problem, isn't it? Because back then, it's when they were finding out about electromagnetism and all sorts of other, interesting scientific processes. The problem is that, you get idiots and people who make just broad assumptions about things. One of the things in the Bible is that if a woman should be stoned if she grabs a guy by his nuts. Okay, and that's because they believed that testicles is where babies came from.
Yes, it was a long time before people actually understood reproduction.
Yeah, and of course, people who were had them removed couldn't have babies, so that made it obvious that's where it came from.
Yeah, well, as we say, half the story anyway. And hey, Rays, you have a big night working security in? Okay, Dr. Abigail's trying yet again to retire. Good night. Thank you for joining us from the event. Look, I genuinely don't know how much longer I'm going to last. It's crawling up towards 1 a.m. So
yeah, I'll need to go soon as well because I got to go. I got to do the letter. Make sure the letters that go to the post office, buy a carded envelope so I can post it in the thing. But I did exactly the same thing last week, all because I've been a ridiculous idiot procrastinator and didn't get it done months ago.
Yeah, I'm a terrible procrastinator, I have to admit. So I can empathize with you on that.
Yeah, I'm terrible for it. I really, really am. There's no one else's fault. It's only mine.
Oh yeah, and it's always like when my friends who are diagnosed with ADHD and talk about executive dysfunction and post memes and stuff, and I'm always hashtag relatable, and I'm going, wait a second, why do I always find these ADHD memes really relatable? What's behind that?
Why is it all these ADHD memes seem to fit me?
Yeah, it's like, well, I didn't come here to be attacked. I mean, what is...
Okay, I got a last thing to share with you. It's
So
this is what me and my friends. So I'm taking my friend to Japan with me because going on my own, I got agoraphobia, as I told you. If I'm with someone, then it relieves a lot of the anxiety about it,
Yeah, that makes sense.
And also, of course, it's easier to enjoy an experience when you're sharing it with someone.
Absolutely.
So I did my friend has mainly done all the sort of the planning from where we're going to go. It's a case of I want to go here and here and here and there, that kind of thing. So this is Japan and this is where we're going. You can see the pink lines.
Yeah.
It's a lot of places. So we'll be flying into Tokyo area. So probably Haneda over here. And we're going to go to Yokosuka, which is where the US Navy and the Japanese Navy are. There's usually an aircraft carrier parked up here. And so it'd be cool to see an aircraft carrier in Japan. So then we're going to Disney. I've never been to a Disney park before. And the first one I'm going is probably the furthest away from me. My friend is into Disney, so we're going to do that. So there's
Japan Disneyland. Yeah, okay.
Japanese Disney, yep. So then we're going to get a train, and this is not on any route or anything. This is just an arrow pointing to the places we're going.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going up to Hakodate, which is here. We're going to go to Hakodate and Sapporo. Now, funnily you mentioned, you got Yuri Gagarin. So this airfield here, this airport here, in 1973, I think it was, a Russian pilot defected with a MiG 25 to this airport, but just a weird little offset for you. So anyway, so we're going. Yeah, Agadate and Sapro. And Sapro's huge. You know, it doesn't look that, you know, it's like, oh, it's up far in the north, but it is a big city.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like, let's have a look. How big is it? Let's do a sort of chunk of it. Kilometers. You like kilometers, don't you? So that's 21 kilometers.
Okay.
Low bit, so you can see it's a big area. So probably talking 10 kilometers, that middle blob across. Anyways, so then we're coming back down. This is all Shinkansen stuff, and we're going to Omiya, and then we're going up. We're going to go back to Tokyo, but we're going to go to Omiya. There's a railway museum there.
Yeah,
we're going to go to Nagano, which is where the Winter Olympics was held that time.
And
then to Toyama, and they've got a really interesting tram network and other stuff as well. It's not like we're going train spotting for all of this, but you know, just got this, like I say, really interesting tram work goes all over the place. So we're going via then we're going to Matsumoto. I've wanted to go to Matsumoto for the longest time. I felt when I first got interested in Japanese stuff, I came across a magazine and then sort of found the drama TV show. It was like a sort of it's like teenage drama type of thing, but it's got lots of other stuff in it as well. Anyway, and that takes part on and a chunk of it is on this little railway line that goes to the west. And at Nimura, there's the railway depot for it as well. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. You know, and like in a part of the show, can't really see very well, but it's a single island platform with the track on either side, and so one train will come here and stop, another one will come from there and stop, and then they'll proceed on. Well, as a part of the drama thing, you've got one person on one train, and one of the other like back towards each other, don't know who they are and stuff like that. It's just anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a drama show. I like it, and so this line, the Kamikochi line. So that's done. So then we're going to head. It's actually going this way, but we're going to be going across country to. Oh no, it is that way. Sorry, we're going to follow this railway line here that sort of zigzags its way through and goes to Nagoya. That is not Kyoto. That's a typo. So then we're going to go across to Kyoto, and then we're going to sort of bomb across for Hiroshima and Miyama, and then Fukuoka, and then we're going down to down here. Kurume. And then that goes to a little railway line that sort of zigzags its way through. You know, it's like really, really scenic. You can see how twisty and windy it is. Yeah. So that's going on that line. It's actually a tourist line. I just fancy that it looks really cool. I mean, look at the curves around there. You know, kind of reminds me a lot of what the Austrians, Switzerland, like that, going through the mountains. Anyway, so that goes to Bippu, and then from Bippu, we're going to go across to Iwatahama on ferry, and then that's another railway line that will take us up to Matsuyama. And there's this really cool, and it's a stupid thing, but you know, I think it's fascinating. There's this really cool bit of railway line which goes over a tram line. So the railway line goes across the tram line, and there's tram tracks and a road. So it's a level crossing with a tram line on it. And it's just kind of weirdly unique. Hang on. I think there. Let's try that one. Yeah. So, oh no, I can't see it. Oh, sometimes there's a tram on, but anyway, doesn't matter. And that was interesting. But also they got all sorts of other things here as well. And it's the opportunity to go to Shikoku, which is the small island in Japan.
Yeah.
It's I say small. It's not that small, but out of the rest, it's quite small.
Yeah.
So then we're going to go across over here and then across the tunnel to Akiyama. And then Himeji, which has got a very, very old castle. And Kobe, and then Osaka. And then we're sort of going to go sort of across this way to here, which is there's a museum for the Japanese Air Defense Forces, so you get to see all their planes, and you can see they've got quite a few fighters and things.
There, yeah.
So I'm into military planes, so that we're going to go there, and then we're going to sort of get then head back towards Tokyo. Now, since I did this, because I got into the whole Japanese thing, I decided to add another 3 days onto the trip because we're going to go to Okinawa.
Okay.
And it's like, tropical island. It's like Hawaii. So it's, tropical island. I'm expecting to see some, Japanese PI Magnum or something. I don't know. But, it's actually, weirdly, this island has got the biggest amount of American personnel in the Pacific outside of the US. So you've got, there's the Japanese, that's the airport, and there's a Japanese self-defense force there. That's the US Marines base, and you can see it's big. And then there's the Kadena Air Base, which is huge. So, again, my friend and I were both into military planes and civilian planes. So we're going to go and have a look, see anything there, but also visit the island. Of course, so the Japanese, karate comes from Okinawa. Now, there is a comical thing that's happening. So, most or many, I don't know if it's most, but it's certainly many, karate clubs around the world, not in Japan, have, how do you call it, Patreons, sponsors, I don't know what you call it really, but, there's a sensei in Japan that will travel to different, different dojos around the world, because they're the patron of that one. So think about like the king or Diana or whoever, and they've got all they're patrons of certain charities or whatever.
Yes,
similar kind of thing, but not the same at all. Effectively, the guy, the karate I do, which is Shikoku. Oh my god, I've forgotten how to say it again. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the form of karate that I do, the guy who invented it comes from the sort of Kobe, Osaka area.
Okay.
And so the guy that is the current leader of, I suppose you could say it's almost like a church, in the same way you have a church. The Pope for our karate group,
the karate Pope, yes,
is he's from Osaka, and he is he's up here in northern Osaka. I need to go a bit lower. So around here. Now, the entertainment part of it is that when, every year or every 2 years or something like that, the karate club that I'm part of will get the guy from Japan to come over.
Nice.
And, he gets a little bit of a holiday and he runs some training sessions for, a couple of days or something like that. And then he goes back home. Or he goes on to Vienna, or he goes on to somewhere else, and he'll just sort of do a group of Patreon trips and then goes back home. Well, he comes on the 25th of May.
Yeah.
And I'm going out there at the end of May.
Oh, so you're gonna miss him.
So yeah, so it'd be like awesome. He's going to be coming here. Everyone's like really excited about it, and then it's like, shit. I've just got into it, and the time that he's coming here, I'm going where he's from.
Yeah, okay.
Now it's possible because I'm going for 3 weeks and coming back, going to Osaka. It's possible I might be able to go to his dojo or wherever he trains and do a training session with him there.
Oh, that'd be good.
So we're going to see what happens there. The people who run my karate club, they're going to sort of see about it.
Okay.
So, however, at this rate, because it takes 3 weeks for a passport to get processed, and I've gone and sent off the cover letter instead of the letter saying, making the statement, and I've gone and lost a week. We might end up having to shuffle it on by a couple of weeks or something. And so I might be here for the 25th and then just spend the entire of June out there.
Oh, well, I hope it works out well either way. So
yeah,
sounds like a great trip.
It is. It's I mean, sadly, I've gone and squandered the money that I had, and I'm not going to be able to afford to come to Australia as well.
Oh.
I'd love to, but I'm afraid if we ever meet, you're going to have to come over here.
Oh, well, we'll see how that works. I haven't been to the UK for a while, but we'll see how that goes. Well, that sounds like a great trip. I really like the sound of that. Yeah,
like I say, I've been wanting to do something like this since I was in my mid-20s, and I'm now 50. So it's it's a once in a lifetime experience. I hope not, but it'd be nice, even if it is a once in a lifetime, I'm still going to have a brilliant time.
Sounds like a good time.
Really, the only thing I'm really worried about at the moment is because I got myself into a very sedentary lifestyle, and sitting at a computer all day and doing very little exercise and eating food, and I've grown a bit too big. I've lost a bunch of weight, but also I get tired just walking about. And so I'm trying to build up some stamina and, so hopefully I won't be knackered all of the time. I mean, the thing is, I go to karate tomorrow. I went to karate yesterday. It's going to take me today to kind of recover, and it's like, there's going to be no recovery days for three and a half weeks
because you go for 3 weeks. Yeah. Oh well, fun. It's an adventure.
Yeah, like I say, I'm really, really looking forward to it now.
That sounds great. Really want to hear about it when you come back.
Yeah. I mean, I've been a little bit on the sort of like I've been. My friend has been bombarding me with stuff, and I've been sort of half looking at it because I'm kind of like, this isn't real yet. Until I get the passport and I've got the booking, it's not really going to happen yet. And once it's in the really going to happen, box, then I can get really excited about it. But at the moment, I'm like looking forward to it. I'm just like, oh, this looks good. This is going to, and it's and it's like it's bubbling now. I'm starting to be on the simmer now.
Nice. Nice. So, I think it's going to be great. Excellent. Oh, well, with that, it's like 1 a.m. here. I'm going to retire for the evening, I think.
I'm going to leave you with a joke.
Please do.
You mentioned rednecks earlier.
I did.
What do you call 32 rednecks in a bar?
I don't know.
Full set of teeth.
Ah, dear. Thank you for that. All right. Anyone who's still watching, have a fine old time. I'm doing a Saturday night date night. Probably do a stream on Sunday if anyone's around. It's usually a bit of a quiet time, but maybe, who the hell knows? I don't. But I'm going to wander off into the... Oh, I've got to have the ceremonial cherry eating. And now I can go to bed because I've eaten the cherry. Which has absorbed all the flavors. Yum. All right. Night, everyone. See you
Bye,
another
mate.
time. Bye.